If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 22nd of August 2026, and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Randwick. At Randwick, we have a lot of Group 1 races, Group 2 races today. The Winx Stake is today here. And there are 10 races. The ground rating is soft. The last finishing mile is about 410 meters. And this particular track is one of the top tracks in New South Wales and offers approximately about 40% on the odds, which means that out of 10 races, 4 of the favorites should be home. And the rest needs to be navigated. We will see which one comes in, which one doesn't. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our numbers and wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock, we often give it a shout out and highlight those things. One thing that I would like to mention, this is a build, we are building this in public. This is going to translate into a software. What we are looking at is the back end of it. And we are not a tips channel. We just do the analytics and try to improve the accuracy with numbers. So we are not providing tips. We are here just to do the analytics. Decisions are all your own, but we are preparing this for a software that anybody in the world can use. We'll take the odds for the first one. We'll see how the market is shaping up, and then we'll talk about the horses. There are huge scratchings, 8, 9, 11, 5. 8, 9, 11, 5, 6, 4, 13, 17, 6, 4, 13, 17, and 20, all scratched. One, 16, 2, and 12. So what are the things that we know about a 1200 meter? 1200 meter, generally that particular load is a little difficult. So 7 is not even there. 7 is not even there within the odds, so we are not going to talk about it. Now, coming to the odds, the one has the highest relative weight. If we look at how things are, so that probably is the right odd. Okay, but now here the problem is this, that with 16, okay, if 1 and 16 both are there on the third category, now what this race is doing is there are 4 horses which are on speed, and there are 7 horses which are going to run slow, okay, out of which 1 and 16 is the favorite. And then if we go down, we do have certain numbers which are quite capable of doing it. But this is the first one. We are not going to do any experiment on this, but ideally in this case, if they are in the same category, all right, if they are in the same category and one is that high, generally it is the right odd. The one is we have all the numbers. With 16, the problem is the jockey, because it is going to be running on a pressure line, and the jockey is one of the green guys. So that is an issue with 16. 1 is the right odd. Okay. Now, where are the problems? The problems are here that it's a 1200. Okay. So the load value generally distributes here. The load value generally distributes here. Now, on the second category, all right, not on the third. On the second category, the load value generally distributes, and out of which it ends here, okay? Because those are on speed, these are on slow moving. So we are expecting this to be a slowly run race. That's true. If we look at the best match, then definitely, 3 pops out. And on the speed side, I think the 15 pops out. Okay. So these two are popping out. Why? Because of the fact that this is la that. Okay. If you look at 16, that is la that. So now whether the 1 is going to win. So what exactly are the assumptions on this? Can the 1 win? The assumption is this, that it is going to be carrying the top weight. And on a 1200 meter, that generally is the case. It matches, but problem is that the load value generally is not on the third. It is on the second. The 15 is a check. It will not win. Okay. The 15 is not going to win. It is more on a place. So we'll see how that works. Okay. The 3 is also there, and we'll see how that thing works. 1 and 16 are the favorite. Short on the odds. So that's how things are. We'll see how that works, okay? Dows! Welcome back, Dows!
Racing your mindset, you ride here like that?
Oh yeah, look, I lifted a lot of it up to.
Dows. It's a very complicated race, Dows. I was hoping to talk about it when we have a little time, but it's a very complicated race. We need to refer to what happened in the last 2 years. I have the data, and let me tell you, the odds are right, but the problem is I mean, the win odd is right. I mean, where they're talking about 8, that is right, but 14 is kind of a dicey picture. I'll explain this, and we have I mean, I can't pull the first one that we did on Winx because I have no other way but pinging my server live here, which I don't want to do, and but I can get the other one which we did last year, 2025. So the Winx Stakes 2025, I'll show you how different is this one from the other one. The last year the odds came in, and this year the odds are based on exactly what happened on the last year. Okay, so 8 and 14, they're based on exactly on the results on what happened last year. but there is a huge difference this year, and we'll talk about it, Davos. This is a very complicated one. But I think the win odd on this one is right. You know, the 8 autumn glow. The win odd are right, but like I said, it is complicated. Okay, it is complicated because I'll explain why it is complicated. The win odds are right. That is right, and we should see the result on 8. We should be able to see the results on 8. You know, that should work. But there are issues. Okay, there are issues. If we want to ignore those issues, we may, which are let's call it a different setup, but that should work. 8 should win. $14 is a little dicey. And the odds are exact replica. For the first two odds, the 8 and 14 are the exact replica of what happened last year in 2025. In the weight distribution, I'm not talking about the horses, but in how the weights worked. Yes, Viva Sistina versus Elena. And Viva Sistina won the race. Elena came in second. This year, the odds are exact replica of what happened last year. I'll pull it up. Dows, give me some time. Let the first one get over. We will get some time in between. In one of the races, we will talk about it and we'll see how things work. Elena is probably 9. Elena is probably this is probably Elena. 9. That's what I'm saying. Downs, give me some time. I'll explain this. You know, the setup is different. The setup is different. Okay, it's a very different setup than previous year. The odds are following what happened in 2025. That's what the odds are following. According to that odd, 8 is the right odd. Okay, but we have concerns on 8 as well. 14 looks dicey, but ideally, if we have to take a reference, then 8 is the right odd. 14 gets into trouble. Lady Shenandoah gets in. Probably. Lady Shenandoah gets in. So I'll explain how things are. You know, this is a race which is weight for age. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it, Dows. We just need a little time. It'll take a little time for me to explain, to pull up the races and show you the right numbers. No, I mean, we talk numbers, so there's nothing else that we can refer to. We'll take a reference of what happened last year, where the difficulties are, and how the scenario has changed from last year to this year. We will talk about it. We will figure out how things are, you know. I also want you to check that particular race where Lady Shenandoah actually Autumn Glow lost against Sir Delicious, I think the name is. It is just the previous race, okay, of Autumn Glow. We were racing that day, Davos, if you remember. Everything was on Autumn Glow. Everybody thought Autumn Glow is going to win, but Autumn Glow lost. So I'll pull up that reason also, why, what happened and what changed.
Winx Stakes Day. What a day of racing we have ahead. And the gates are back now. They're off and racing. No speed by Zulfikar. Call Me Sassy jumped all right, but Let's Go Again was fast into stride and will lead. Moving up into second position early is Gun Room, and Call Me Sassy is up on the outside. Now I Saw You pushes through in a pretty decent spot in the early stages, followed by Zulfikar, or Clear Proof. In fact, Clear Proof is up running fifth. Couple further back in the field then is to Ajita. Now Long Legs has caught a little bit deep. Three wide there around Twinkling Star, and Vixie is the last one. Let's Go Again in front. Gun Room on the outside. Then Clear Proof is racing a little bit wider. I Saw You right behind them from Call Me Sassy and Zulfikar. Into the straight now. Let's Go Again. Gun Room. Clear Proof being called upon. Two further back to I Saw You. He's got an enormous gap to go through. It just needs to pick up. Clear Proof races to a narrow lead at the 200. I Saw You is starting to dig in now. Further back to Call Me Sassy. It's Clear Proof in front from I Saw You.
1:16, 12, 18.
And Clear Proof, the favourite, just won it. From I Saw You, but a head between
1:16,
then Let's Go Again.
12,
Vixie ran on well.
18.
Gap to Ajita. Long Legs. Further back then to back in the field came Ajita from Be Quiet. Be Quiet well back. Gun Room and Zulfikar. Clear Proof.
Did not get that.
Dylan Gibbons raced a bit wide there, right?
So what happened basically is that was the right odd. The odds were right. Okay. So that happened. One should have won. That is something that happened. 1:16, then came 12, and then came 18. So I went with this. That did not work. This worked. Okay. 1:16, 12, and 18. We'll go to the next. Two, 3, 6, scratched. 20, 21, 22. All scratched. 5, 18, 7, and 16. 5, 18, 7, and 16. So this is just the opposite, okay? They did not get there. I mean, they did not win, okay? They were on speed. This was on slow, and that happened. And now it is just the opposite. Now there are 8 horses which are on speed. These are slow, and there are these horses which are in between. What is the race all about? 3-year-old and up, out of which 5 is the favorite. So our top odds. Out of 5 and 7, which are 5, 18, and 7. So 5, let's take a look at 5, 18, and 7. Okay. Now 18 and 7, they are the same relative weight. All right. They're the same relative weight. So this is 4 steps down and this is 2 steps up. And this is a 57. Now, if we look at a 57, then there is a 17, which is very wide coming from gate number 19. So those are difficult proposition. Out here, if this is again 1100 meters, so we know this one cannot win. That's also gate number 20. Okay, this one becomes gate number 22. The 14 becomes gate number 22. 5 is lower than 7 on a high pressure. This one, the 56.5, the 13, and the 16. Okay, the same mathematics plays that if 5 is 57, this is 59, this is on a low pressure, this is 2 steps down, this is 4 steps up. So 7 probably is the right odd. 5, I don't know. 7, and if we look at 13 and 16, then ideally 13. Okay, because this is 0.5 step down, this is 1.5 step down. This is on pressure, this is like that. So ideally 13 is also a check. Okay, but out of 7 and 5 and 18 is on a lower side, though. I mean, that's a 59. This one is also 59. This one is also 59. Okay, this is a 59, this is a 59, this is 4 steps down, This is 2 steps up. The category is on the second category. We know the first category cannot win 1100 because of that. Okay, so that is that. Then from gate number 13, with that on a 57, then comes 56 and the 18 into play. But the 18 is diving the opposite direction. Okay, it is going to be on a slow pace. It is going to be diving on a slow pace. About the 16 is going to be neutral. So neutral is in like it is not on the speed side, it is not on the pace side, it is somewhere in between. That is also a very confusing state, but that's where things are. So out of 5 and 7, 7 has better chance, and we'll see how that works. The 13 is a 56. The 16 is also a 56. Difference is, I mean, 56.5. Okay. There is this 14, which is also 56.5, but it is from gate number 22. That's difficult. Here is a 56.5. So if this is a 56.5 on the 4th line or the 5th, then V13 is on the 3rd line. So the 13 is a check. But out of 5 and 7, 7 has better understanding. So here it is exactly the same thing. What happened? They were in the same category. The one was the right odd because that's a 67. Okay, that's a 60. It did. That was the right odd. Now, why that failed is because that was on the opposite direction. This was the right direction. It had to be a slowly run race. They were running the opposite direction, so that probably hit them. That did not work anyway. So that's that part of the story. Here, this is the speed side. This is the slow side. So this is where it'll start working differently. But out of 5 and 7, the 7 stands a better value. That was... Wait. Yes, that was the race with Sir Delicious you're talking about. I am with the 8 in race 9. 8. Yeah, 8 is the one. Just give me one moment. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. So yes, that's exactly where the 8 comes in. The 8 is the right one. But now if you check what happened on that particular race at Randwick, okay, so you're looking at which race? Hold on. 11th April. Okay. April 11th. This is the one. Okay. So that was race number 9. This is where Autumn Glow lost. Okay. So now the reason was the resistance. Okay. The reason was the resistance. Now the setup of the race was different. Okay. The setup of this race was different. If you look at the DICR, so they were all higher. This is the only one which was lower. And this was a group 1. Okay, this was a group 1. So they were, this was a group 1, and the one that we are talking about is a group 1 as well. Okay, it is also a group 1. Now, what is the difference between these two races? The difference is this, that through the DICR, they were showing like that. And if we look at the DICR here, then it looks like that. So if you look at the difference, so there is only one class above 7, and all of them fall into that. There's only one particular class which is above 7, okay, and everybody fell into that particular class. Okay, everybody fell. Everybody was having 59. This was 57. That did not win, and JMac was riding. Okay, now Sir Delicious wins. Now here, what changes? So this is a weight for age. It's a group 1, but it is a weight for age. This one was not a weight for age. Okay, this one was a class for age, weight for class. This is not a weight for age. This is a weight for class. Here it is changing to the fact that everything else is a weight for age. So in that order, these are older horses up till here. Okay, 1, 3, 4, 2. These are older horses. Now from here onwards, those are supposed to be younger horses, but we also have an 8-year-old mare, which probably why it is there, because it is a mare. So the constellation is contradicting. Why? Because if it is a weight for age, then this 8-year-old mare should not be here, which is there. But that's how the construction is. Okay, this is a weight for age. You can check everywhere it is mentioned, it is a weight for age. So if that's true, then what is that 8-year-old mare doing in this particular category? And there's a special arrangement for this. Okay, so to set it up here. Now, if that's the scene, now in that respect, the 8 is the right odd, because they are kind of old. Up till here, at least we can see they're old. Okay, then it is a little younger horse. So if that's that, then the odds are right on 8. But now the point is this, that the dynamics did not change on 8 on the handicapping side. Why? Because that's still showing 162. Here it was showing 158. Resistance was negative 182. Resistance is 174. So it is still too tight, okay, it is still too tight, but ideally we will see if I mean, this will give us the actual results today, if the resistance is right and if the resistance is wrong, because that's we've had the resistance for about a year. I have hidden it because that gives us a lot of it demoralizes us, so that's why I have hidden it. But the point stays this, that the resistance was on the highest level. So that's the first comparison. We will also check what happened in the last Winx stake. Mm-hmm. 10 and 11 from which race? Arman, welcome back. Which race, bro? Winx. That was 13 win plus. Randwick 2. 10 and 11. Between 10 and 11, it is 11, bro. Between 10 and 11. So why I'm saying that? So you're talking about these two horses, 10 and 11, right? They in the same category. If they're in the same category, how will it work, bro, on 10? While these two tigers are sitting here. What is the problem with these two tigers? They are coming from a wider gate. That is a problem on an but 1100, that should not be a problem. But if you look at that, and then you look at these two, the 8 and this one, the 8 is more dangerous than the 11. It's right here. If they are in the same category, then how is a 56 going to do anything nice against these two horses? The possibilities are this, that if you actually look at what we are getting on 10 is a balance. Why we are getting that balance is because of the form line. All right, that is probably the thing that we are getting on 10. But let's understand the form line on 11. That's 47. This is 36. It is 4 step down, 2 step up. 37. But still, there are, I mean, in this particular segment, there are many other horse which can actually do a lot of damage to 10. You're talking about 10 and 11, out of which technically it is 11 and 8. But they do not have a form line. Will that matter? We'll get the results very soon, so you can check. But that's more or less where it stands. So on a 56, it doesn't have a drop, which is good. But on a 62, there is a drop. But that drop will still be taking in consideration the fact that this is 56. They've been put into the same category. That's a 56 here. It is a 56 here. But actually, this horse is a 62. These two are wide. That is for this one is wide. It's a 56. This is a 56, which is a 6-year-old mare here on the third line. 56, 56.5. Okay, let's do that.
Under glorious sunshine gives me a chance to say a very good afternoon to Brad Davidson, who joins us live on location today. Davo, where do we find you?
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Lewis. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, at the Seven Hills Hotel for tap time this afternoon. Really looking forward to that, Lewis. And kicked off the day at Randwick already. Looks like a picture-perfect track, and what a day of racing we have ahead with that Group 1 clash between Autumn Glow and She's Alibi.
Let's set the scene, Davo. Soft 6, but the sun's out and shining. Bit of wind on track as well. Rails in the true. How do you think it'll play this afternoon?
Yeah, I think it's going to suit horses sort of lanes 3 to 10 in the straight. We saw Clear Proof win the first out a bit wider and covered a bit of ground as well. So generally that's the case when the rail's in the true position. I think it'll suit run-ons as well today. I think it'll be a hard track to lead.
Absolutely, bro. That's exactly what we need.
The running line and edging out to the middle of the track, Lewis.
And you are
That's exactly what we need,
later
bro.
on. Your best bet of the day comes up in the Group 1 Winx Stakes, this Titanic clash. You're firmly in the camp of Autumn
We
Glow.
need to get the things right, and that can only come from
hopefully she can get the job done. Look,
your
I think she's getting to the
perspective
right price now, but
against
I'm
mine.
not surprised to see the market gravitate towards her. She's so good fresh. She's a weight for age star, and while I've got a massive rap on She's Alibi, I just think 1400 weight for age today. I think Autumn Glow is going to be too good. Our value, unfortunately, in race 1 just missed, Lewis. 14's into $4 and got beaten there in a photo I saw you. But that's the game we play.
Let's try and find a winner here in race number 2. Market says Mrs. Goldberg's the favourite, 480 into 440 with Tab. Now equal favourite alongside Love Cats, who's been $5 into 440. You're on top selection, Davo. Tom Vegas, who is the top weight, 13 into 11, comes here first up.
Yeah, maybe the 1100 might be a bit short for him, Lewis, but he's going to get out the back somewhere and hit the line hard down the middle. So I'm looking for that sort of pattern today. He's been thrown in the deep end quite a few times in the past, this horse, and run well enough in far lap and races like that. Look, he ran in the country championships as well. So loved his trial at Bathurst recently, and I just thought he's going to be strong here late. So very open race though. 1, 5, 8, 18 and 7 my numbers. Mrs. Goldberg, the Nash, Matt Dunn combination's always a good one in these highways. And she's got some pretty good form lines last preparation and only a short little break here. 18, Love Cats. Look, she's a frustrating horse, gets back and always needs luck, but can reel off a sectional, that's for sure. And if it can settle a little bit closer from that good gate today, might be hard to hold out. And number 7, Bombay Boom, best of the rest, I thought could improve second up for Matty Dale.
What did you make of 16 Romanticism? Braith Knock with a kilo and a half claim. It's been $15 into 11 today, as much as $51 bet originally when the markets went up. Didn't have a great deal of luck first up there at Goulburn. Wanted to over race.
No, all the form's at home at Goulburn, but look, behind Extrio there and Dancer's Delight, a horse that's in good form. So I think horse is in a good stable, drawn to get a good run from that low gate. No weight on the back as well. Braith Knock able to claim that full 1.5 as well. So certainly in the ball game for me.
Okay, take note, late scratching here at the barriers of the 10 Magic Speeds come out. That was the P. Fakuri J. Ford combination. They've scratched it at the gate, so a late one here in the 10 Magic Speed. Back to our favourite, or one of them, Davo, Mrs. Goldberg. For those sometimes who aren't doing full
Which
form,
one got
these
scratched?
highways is fine. Nash and Matt Dunn combining.
Yeah, exactly right. And a horse
10
that
scratch.
won at the Sunny Coast, an $85,000 Saturday race last preparation, and then second behind the pull boy at Eagle Farm. So it's got those good
10
Queensland competitive form lines that always stack up well for highways. And yeah, Matty Dunn knows which horses to bring down here. Trial's been okay. I don't think they're anything too flash, but yeah, Nash riding's always a key push as well.
Okay, as they start to load, last look at the market. Mrs. Goldberg and Love Cats, they're going to jump equal favourites here at $4.40. Romanticism, the money continues. It's been 15 now into $9.50. On top of for Davo, Tom Vegas is a $10 chance. Bombay Boom was 9 out to as much as 14 back into $12. And Kokoda from the wide gate is a $15 chance. Not a whole lot to report further down the board. Little specking for Lazabout, who's 41 into 21. He's searching for something.
If they change the gate numbers at the last moment, that'll be bad.
Tickets, Tab Highway on a soft 6, Class 2, this over 1,100 metres. Gives me a chance to say good afternoon on a Group 1 day of racing to Darren Flindell.
And Hugh Bowman aboard. Hugh Bowman back riding in Sydney today on Winx Stakes Day. And Tuesday will ride Linderman. With many fond memories of the Winx Stakes, the Warwick Stakes over previous years. Now, Buzzsaw moves in and Kokoda. That's just about it now. So Kokoda, a victim of the extreme outside draw. Magic Speed, a late scratching in the race, and they're all set to go. There's the light. Ready to run now. And the gates are back there, off and racing. And DD Express and the Red Jacket was one of the first into stride. Buzzsaw's right there. Parthenope in the lime green improves on the inside of Zubber Stormer, followed by one of the favourites, Mrs. Goldberg, on the outside of Bombay Boomer, followed by Empress Serena, Satin Serenade out deep. The Love Cats, the other joint favourite, is second in the second half of the field in the blue and white. Romanticism the inside, Maroon to the outer. Tom Vegas back for cover. They're followed after a half length on the inside to Bell Rada from Kokoda, and Lazabout is the last one. Coming into the straight now, and Parthenope shows the way. From up on the outside is Buzzsaw, Bombay Boom taking a rails runner, followed by Zubber Storm. Now Mrs. Goldberg is starting to put in a very strong run in the middle part of the track. And Mrs. Goldberg sustains it at the 200 metres, races up to a clear-cut lead now. Empress Serena's going through into a clear second. Love Cats goes to third, but Mrs. Goldberg's home in the
15,
highway. Won by a length and
18.
a half, Empress Serena. Love Cats in third position, followed by Bell Rada. Lazabout stayed right up the inside and made some ground. Wider out Tom Vegas and Maruna. Behind them, Bombay Boom, Satin Serenade, Socialism. Followed further back by Kokoda. Parthenope weakened out. So did Zuberstorm,
18.
Buzzsaw. And last in was DD Express.
It's a first Randwick win for the mare from the Willumbar. Mrs. Goldberg, $432, beats Empress Serena, $5.60 a place. And Love Cats finishes third at $2. That was ultra impressive, Davo.
Yeah, ultra impressive indeed. First up there, Nash and Dunn combine, and gee, I think we're seeing this pattern of the
So 5-1. Five, 18, 15. Five, 18, 15. They're on the opposite direction. 5, 18, 15. And I think the 9. Apart from 7, everybody got through. Five, 15, 18. 5, 15, 18. So this one was actually racing against 15. Where is that 15? 15. Which was a 50, 58.5. On a 58.5, that was a 3-step down. And a heavier body weight. We'll go to the next 3. Five has been scratched. There's no 5. 3, 2, 6, 10. So this one is again, so these 3 horses are going to be running on speed. That's the fact which will happen. It's a 2400 meter. So what is the game? They're obviously mixing. Okay, they're obviously mixing. So here they were, I mean, these were on speed. The tendency was higher, and out of which the highest tendency won. But then it did not go there. Instead, it went to the higher tendencies, the slow pace. So why that happened is something that we will figure out. But here, these two, 3 to 6, are all on pace on a 2400 meter. Okay, but it's a 2400 meter, and here the category should work. We will see. That's where they are. So if we look at the the odds are okay, but now let's check. So that's a 61. Do we have another 61? We don't have another 61. We have these horses down here, which is a 6-step down. 613. So that's 59. That is 61. Okay. One. Two, 62, 4. So yeah, I mean, the point is this, that the 3 probably is the right odd, and so how are a 2400 meter, what are the things that we know about 2400 meters? So firstly, this is not about linears that we know. Secondly, we know that any 5-year-old mare has an upper hand on this, which is the 6, which is good. Secondly, is the fact that for a 2400 meter, that's the right load on the jock. That is correct. So those are the things that we are aware of. What is contradicting is this, that the 3 out of, I mean, they are all on the pace. Okay, rest the entire field is going to run slow, which ideally should be the case. So the 3 is going to run now. That's a 61. There is no other 61. That is 1 step up. Okay, which is good, not bad. But when we talk about 2 and 6, so ideally 5-year-old mare 6 has an upper hand on this race. We know that we have done this a lot of times. So now the 6, if we look at that 58, then we look at a 58 here on 12. Okay, that is 4 step down. But that's a 4-year-old gilding, and that's the EW. Okay, then that's where the nearest competition is. So this is 2 step up, went up, and this is 4 step down. So we'll take that. Okay, because this is 4 step down on the second category, which is a 58. Then we have the 3, which is definitely higher than that. So, and a low, so which is good. Now, if we talk about 2, which is a 59.5. So now in that case, that becomes 59, then this is 15, 56, 54, 58. Then these 2 horses, they come into picture, all right? Out of which this is wide, and that is a 59.5. That's a 59.2 and 2.5. Then the 12 is in picture. But if the 12 is in picture, then 1 is probably not a great idea. Then these are really down. So yes, so 12 is okay. 59, I mean 10 is okay. But 2 probably will have a problem with this, the 10. So yeah, the 3 probably is the right odd. Okay. See, the 3 probably is the right odd. But the problem remains that, you know, they are definitely mixing. Okay. Here, what they have done is this, that they put all the horses in speed on an 1100 meter, and then these horses were slow running horses. Okay. And this is happening because of what kind of a weight is assigned on those horses. Okay. So out of which the 5 and this one, what was the difference? The difference was in category, and 5, the 5 won even after a high difficulty, and the 7 didn't, because that is what happened, and that is where the fact is. So 36. So this can go opposite direction any time. That is the purpose. They will be making things difficult. So Three probably is the right odd. Three should win. How should it work? Three, 10, 9. Three, 10, 9. Oh, we'll see how that works, but it is basically here, I think. It will play differently, but we will take the understanding of the load, how the load is calculating. If we do that here also, what should we get? Okay. But here I would have actually had that thing, so everything was here. Okay. Everything was here with the load. We did not check that. So that was the fact. Anyway, 3 probably is the right one. Ten, 9 that I can get. 12 probably is not the gain because 12 is 58. Then we have a revised weight of 9, which is on 62. So 61, 59, 62.5. This is gate number 16. I will take that out. 9 is okay from gate number 2. But what happens then is dicey to figure out. Could land on 6, could land on 8. Because after that, I think it'll go on 2 factors. One, who has the body weight, which is 12, or who is the drop on the highest, that is 8. Okay, it could go 2 directions. One is who has the highest body weight, which is 12, or who has the highest drop. This is also something that we will check how that works. But 3 probably is the right odd. Now, which one do you like? 8, 9, and 16? 8, 9, and 16. 16 is bad idea. 16 is dropping weight. That is the linear you're talking about. That's good, but it is in a very bad state. Okay, it is dropping body weight. It is like that. So 16 probably is a bad idea. So out of 8, 9, the numbers are in front of you. The problems are also in front of you between 8 and 9. This is a 6-year-old gelding. This is a 5-year-old gelding from gate number 13. But this is Randwick, okay? This is Randwick. Both are possible, but I think, this will play, okay? Now, generally what we have seen on this kind of a situation is the fact that results 8. We're looking for 12, 11, 59. One of the largest drop that thing is can go 15, 59. But probably the largest drop also matters with the relative weight. So that is to be considered. Now that 8 is there, that 8 is there, but that is from gate number 13. So which also is possible. But the problem is this, that 6 is a threat, because out of last 3 years what we have seen is a 5-year-old mare on a 2400 meter is a dangerous piece of art. But here it doesn't match. When we were doing this, we just went with our hunch on the 5-year-old mares. But here it doesn't match. We'll see how that works. But 3 probably, the numbers are in front of you. Okay. So that is how things generally work. Here, if you look at what we did and how things went wrong, everything was there. Okay. But everything was there. I made the same mistake in Melbourne Cup as well. So, but that's just me. We'll take it seriously. So that's probably the thing. 3, 10, 12, and 9. 9. Because that is higher relative weight. 12 will not work. This is wide. 1 is in, which is a 64. But after that, things can go wrong, because if that 64 is on a 1.5, then that 65 with 6 steps down can actually nail everybody else. So the odds are right on 3. 6 is a dangerous piece of art. I don't know what it'll do. It is quite capable of destroying everything, put every physics upside down. So we'll keep the 3. We'll see. Odds 1, 2, 3, 6. So yes, now you have a point, but the thing is, that's the diciest part. That is the diciest part of this entire thing, is that these geniuses are going to be running the opposite direction, and if that fails, then that fails. Okay, but even if it runs opposite direction, we'll see how that works. So Atoman, you have a point, and uh this is, race 3.
Ash brought a dead set down the middle of the course. Mrs. Goldberg stormed away. Golden Century's got blinkers on today. It's one of the last to move in. Made the running at Randwick here last time out in the race won by iPark, but weakened out. And iPark moves in. And having its third run in Sydney last time, was able to strike at $12. It's half that price today. Golden Century completes the lineup, and we're ready now for the Jersey Day Handicap over 2,400 metres. There's the light, and the 15 are set on their way. Michelangelo being taken back, no real speed by Shaw Lynn, and Ordafina getting back. Now the sharp one's into stride. I park together with Captain Finkel, and there goes Adolpha right up the inside trying to hold them out. Chuckler's coming over, and Forbidden Rift pushed on to take a forward roll. Landers caught by turning out of the straight. And then came the favourite Lurtwiles here. Forbidden Rift flopped the fence, so McDonald just pushing through a little bit there on Lurtwiles here. As Trapperlander's looking to get in and gain some cover at this point. Golden Century's out pretty wide. Shaw Lynn down on the fence. And the one between them there is Florida Trone. He's getting a pretty good run, one off the fence. Further back, Space-Time Legend. Then came Michelangelo. Celebrity's back hiding in the field. And the last two at this point, as they head to the back, Ordafina, who's the main.
That is a very bad idea on one.
Sky catches. So they sort their order out. Captain Finkel, who won
Is unnecessarily raving that horse.
Third. I Park, it's a great run fourth, one out, one back. And tugging along there in the hands of Tim Clark. Has the favourite a few lengths behind with Lurtwiles here, racing on the inside of the King going Forbidden Rift. Trapperlander looks to be caught a bit.
He's on the opposite side. He is not on pace. He's running on pace.
Golden Century, then came Michelangelo.
And raving.
To Space-Time Legend. From Ordafina, Celebrity, and Skycatcher is last of all. There'll be about 15 lengths covering the field. And Captain Finkel in front for Hugh Bowman by a length and a half to Chuckler. Then an offer tucked away on the inside. Forbidden Rift is still tugging along and moves out into a three-wide position now as they approach the turn. Trapperlander's out wide. iPark is slightly strung up with Foire de Trone. Now Golden Century out wide is trying to start a run, and McDonald is looking for clearer running here on Lurtwiles. There he's in a real traffic jam there at the 600 metres. It's Captain Finkel being eyeballed by the King going Forbidden Rift as they come around the turn. Then Foire de Trone, Trapperlander, Golden Century, iPark. Now Lurtwiles is into the clear. No excuses as it extricates to the outside. Forbidden Rift in front, not for long. Golden Century and Lurtwiles is sustaining this run. And Lurtwiles moved up to head off Golden Century. Then Foire de Trone. iPark not a factor today. Lurtwiles at the 100 in front. Foire de Trone is raising a big effort on the inside. Foire de Trone goes to Lurtwiles and Foire de Trone got there by a head to Lurtwiles. Golden Century 3 lengths away third. Shaw Lynn got up for fourth. followed by Hyde Park. Then came Skycatcher making ground from Trapperlander.
So 6 beats 3 and 4. Florida
See,
Train
that six-
$8.25 across the totes. Dave,
That is a very dangerous animal.
Once again.
6.
Yeah, you spoke, didn't you, Lewis, about that market support for this horse as well. A little bit of a firmer track today, no concern. A mare in good form and gets the cash. You wanted to be on La Troisier, didn't you, at the 300? Just cruised up to them. Just peaked on the run late, but I tell you what, it was an absolute peach from J-Mac. From gate one, he got
6, 3,
the widest
4,
horse in the straight. He
13.
certainly wanted to get out wider there. And
6,
had
3,
his
4,
chance,
13.
just not good enough on the day.
Okay, I'll be
6, 3. Then obviously here. I thought that was gate number 16 will not do much, but it did. Six. Six, 3. That's a very dangerous animal, okay? When it comes to 2400 meter, it is a very dangerous animal. So what happened on the tendency side? 6, 3. Okay. Then we checked this one, which was from gate number 16. I was not having any hope on this, but it got there. 6, 3, 4. And 13. So 2400 meter, the load will work, the category will work, okay? And a 5-year-old mare will always be a very dangerous one. Six, 3. This one was up here. I thought that will be difficult, but that came in, beating all of them. In this one. We'll go to the next 4. Eight, 11, 12. Scratched. 8, 11, 12, 13, and 17. Not there. 1, 9, 2, 3. $1,600 people think it is going to be on the pace side, not this side. So now check 1600 meters should be category, which is the right one. Then what happens? Then between these two, obviously this. Now there's a 60 on 0, and this is climbing 6.5. Okay, both of them are 60.5, but this is a higher category, which is right. The 56. That is the linear. That is. Okay. One. Six. Two, which is 2. So it's a 1600 meter. There are a couple of things that we know about 1600 meters. So what are those things? 1600 meter generally plays body weight. Okay, 1600 meter generally plays body weight. That is something that we know. So out of which the 16 is the highest body weight. Okay, but it stands here. Okay, now those are the things that we know. Now that's wide, but wide gates are coming in, so they have recovered. There is no problem with that, but where is the problem is the age. Okay, so that body weight could be just fat. So now what do we do? The one is the right odd, the tendency is on the right side. Where it is contradicting is with 9. Okay, both of them are 60.5, but here it is 0, it is 6 steps up. The 9 is the linear. Generally what happens, is the fact that for a 1600 meter, anything above the gate 10 is a little difficult. Okay, that's 1600 meters, so that is gate number 12. I hope we have the gate number right. So that is the problem. So if that is the problem, then what happens? That's a problem, plus the confusion is here. Okay, that's a 60.5. This is also a 60.5. This is 6 steps up. This is, so this is the revised weight. We are the actual weight the horse is carrying here. Okay, this is where the horse is carrying, what weight it is carrying. But this basically is you can treat it as a benchmark, though it is not the exact benchmark. There's a difference. This is the relative weight. Okay, so like this one is showing 57. The relative weight is same as this one, but that's the thing. So that's the highest category. So category wise it is right, but where things are problem is the distance for a distance which is 1600 meter. Gate number 12 is a little difficult. 1, okay. Plus this one is on the same relative weight, 0, 9. That is the linear, okay. So now that is the linear. Now minus 61. So I'll explain what are the things that generally works and generally doesn't work. So let's say 1 is the right odd, which even I want to believe that the 1 is the right odd. Why? Because of the category. All right. On a benchmark 78, 1600 meter, the category should work. But the problem is this, that a 1600 meter does not favor horses from wider gates. That's an issue, well-known issue. So that is from gate number 12. Now, if we look at the relative weight on this and the relative weight on this, okay? Let me check the claim. Do we have a claim? On 3, we have a claim. Okay. So 3 is 59. It would have been 60, 61, 62, which is higher and had to be lowered. So that is where the problem is. Okay. So I think it is without the claims. This one is 16, 9, 2, smaller. That probably will win. That probably will win. But we'll still see how that works. So 10, 47, 6. Mm, 51, 12, 6, 60, 60. So the 9 is 7.3, 56. 9, 6. The only problem is that it is from gate number 12. Other than that, everything else falls in place. So we will see how that works. I still believe the fact that it is kind of wide, and those are the things which are going to talk. So if we look at 3, okay, 3 is 4 59. This is -4 on a 59, 59.5, and this is a 59.5, which is a 0. So ideally the 10 is there in some way. Okay, so that's that, and the 3 has a claim. So now with the claim, it is on 59. If they did not have the claim, then it would have been 62. So, which is a fact. Nine two. This is still wide. 9, 9 2. 66, 1, 65, 2, 1. Even here as well, there is 59, 10, 110. Let's see how that works. Do you know what this 9 did last start? The 9 did what? Let me check. Came third. The 9 came third. The 1 came second. Okay. The 1 came second. This one came third. 3 came sixth. 14 came third. That's what happened. in the last race. The 9 came third, bro. This one came second. And on a second, the penalty is of 6 steps. So it must have done something. It must have done something very it must have. Oh, there was one race before the other one which did not count. It came in last, probably. It came in last. That's why there is a penalty. Okay. There is a penalty. The second that it came in was prior to the previous race. The previous race it came in nowhere. So that's why there is a penalty. Now, what should have been done on this? We'll talk about all that, but I think that's the thing. So the 1 came in third. The 9 came in third. So far, all the favorites are home, huh? This is the 4th race. So far, all the favorites are home.
He's King of the Sea. 225 was the opening price this morning after scratchings. And as you referenced, Davo, as much as $6 was bet earlier in the week, albeit with a couple of deductions to the creator. $8 into 7, back out to $7.50. 9 Puntons on the drift, $5.50 out to $9. 3 Montpellier has some late interest, was $9.50 out to $13, just creeps back into $10. And Barking Mad is a $12 chance. Now, coming up later this afternoon, Davo, let's reference this because I dare say there'll be a bit of money in the pool for this. Your trifecta on Winx Stakes Day. Punters will get a 25% boost if it wins in bonus bets if you scan that QR code on screen. So always good to play the exotics when the world pool's in operation.
Yeah, lots of money in the world pool. We know punters, particularly overseas, do like those sort of exotic pools, and we've got a few trifectas for you throughout the afternoon. The first one here, you can scan the QR code and get involved, and hopefully we have a bit of luck, 25% in bonus boost. We need King of the Sea and the Creator to run 1-2, and then we've got a couple of horses there for third. So that's the way we're playing the first trifecta. We'll have a few of them throughout the afternoon.
Okay, so still $1.80 here, King of the Sea, Davo. This is going to be its second preparation in Australia. Did you notice improvement through the trials leading into this new prep?
Yeah, he's trialled well enough, and we normally see these imports. They generally improve at their second preparation in Australia, Lewis. So I thought he didn't have a lot of luck last time in. He's run across it. It was great. He just got too far back and didn't handle the turn. And then he just missed there behind Tazima, who's been one of the stars throughout the winter. So I think he sets up well. And, yeah, look, I'd be surprised if they're not targeting better races for him later on in the spring.
You mentioned the Creator as second in that trifecta. $8 in a point, $7. Tommy Berry hops aboard from barrier 1 today.
Yeah, he's going to be able to settle a lot closer. That's the key because the barriers have been against him the last 2. Whether it's a track to draw barrier 1, I'm not sure, but he's going to get his opportunity to be within striking distance. He's been busting to win a Saturday race and really going to a new level this preparation since winning at Canterbury 5 back.
All right, only 3 left to load here for the Drink Buyers Mile. King of the Sea seemingly found its price now at $1.80. The Creator $7 and Punton out to $9.50. Double figures the rest. Montpellier, of those at each way odds, is the one they're specking. Here's Darren for 4.
The Drink Buyers Mile, benchmark 78. Odds on King of the Sea drawn wide out. We're ready to go. They're set. They're racing, and the creator using barrier one. Jumped nicely, but there goes Punter. And walking, painting, rolling forward on the outside. Zen Master sent forward, going to third, then Cosmina. They're followed by Zuna and the Creator Park 6 on the rails. A deep at Anthracite going forward in advance of Barking Mad. Montpellier settles back in the field. Together with Skeletrix there in the white cap. Now the favourite settles second last, King of the Sea. And a good gap away to Inquiry Minds behind. So Punton leads at a more controlled tempo today. In fact, Hieronymus has got a double grip on him there at the 1,000 metres from walking, painting, and Anthracite doing a bit of work up on the outside. Two after Zen Master, a similar margin to Cosmina, then came Zuna. Further back to Barking Mad, the creator drifts back now from Montpellier. King of the Sea moves up into a 3-wide spot, has a back to follow. And the last two heroes, Skeletrix and also Inquiry Mind. 600 to go. Punter, who's been a fair drifter in the market, held together by a length on Anthracite. Walking, painting 2 lengths away third. Then Cosmina pushing through on the inside as Zen Master Barking Mad. King of the Sea, they have to pull to the outside as they straighten up. Punter really wound up now, coming up the rise and put 3 lengths on Anthracite. Walking, painting. King of the Sea, 6 lengths away, winding up on the outside, and the Creator's going up on the inside. Putton's all out. King of the Sea is going after it strongly. Putton being tackled now by King of the Sea, and King of the Sea, the favourite, draws away now. Putton will hold down second, Anthracite third, and rattling home at the end, Inquiring Minds. Then came Sooner. The Creator didn't run on, nor did Montpellier. The gap to Cosmina, Barking Mad, Walking, Painting dropped off. Followed then by Skeletrix, and the last in was Zen Master.
Landed some big bets there with King of the Sea. Jump favourite ends, salutes nicely under J-Mac, $1.70 across the totes. Punton holds on for second at $2.75.
So 1, 9. That 16, 6-year-old got there. 16. And the 6. That happened. So did we get the 16, the body weight played, huh? 1916. So 1. We'll go to 5. 3 and 4 has been scratched. We don't have 3 and 4. 5297. So it's a 2000 meter. Everybody is going to be running on pace. This one is going to run the opposite direction. Okay. I mean, on slow. So now so they are both 56 here. What happened? So that was the highest category. Okay. So that is very difficult to beat. The category when it goes up, it is very difficult to beat. No matter what we try, that is going to be very difficult to beat. So though they were on the same thing, that was a higher category, then this was a lower category which was there. Okay, but they came in queen. Okay, 5-9. I mean 1-9. Then the 16 also got there, which is a 59 drop. That was the highest drop. 59, 64. And the 17, which was a 63. Did not work. 6-year-old. That worked somehow because of the jock, how he played. So that is where the thing is. 1600 meter played category. This one also should play category. Now where are the problems? So what are the things that we know about 2000 meters? 2000 meters linears can win, all right? 2000 meters linears can win. And 2000 meters, the category should work. Now, if that's the thing, like everywhere the category is working, okay, there's no issue with the category. So the category will do what the category is supposed to do in whatever the distance is. So now if we look at 2 and 5, they're in the same category, okay, and they kind of are the I mean, the numbers are here. It's a 56, that's a 53, 2 steps up, 1 step up, okay. So that's the second category, but higher relative weight. Ideally, what should happen? 2, 9, that can be a queen. It always plays a high pressure, low pressure. So if we check what happens with a high pressure, low pressure. So if you see that 30, then it is 35, okay. Then if you look at the result, 16, 16, low, high, low, high, then high, and 6, low, okay. So it generally plays like that rhythm. Could be a little here and there, but it generally plays high, low, high, low. So now the 5 is a, let's say, high, but 2 is higher, 9 is low. So either it plays here or here, okay. Either it plays like this or it plays like this. And linears do win on 2000 meters. So now, what are the other things that we know? So a group 3. So group 3 is basically about the horses in orange, the challenger horses, okay. This is the reason this particular race is. So they are challenging. Now, who are they challenging? They're challenging the horses which are already there in the class, okay. The horses which are there already in the class. So in the class, 2 is the highest after 1, which is on the opposite direction, okay, on the slower pace. So if that being played tactfully, that can get in, but winning is difficult. So classes, this one, this is through the DICR. Whoever has the highest weight is the highest class, and then it goes down. But a group 3 is about these horses, okay. They are the ones who are challenging the other horses up in the class. So now the category should play, okay. Now, if we look at what is the situation with the category, the 9 is being placed on the top category, okay, wherein this is like that, it is the lowest, okay. It is challenging these two horses, 1 and 2. 5 is making a noise. Now, if we look into the category rightly, so this is on the, I mean, this particular category, the second one, okay? But this is on the opposite direction. We'll stay out of that. Nobody is with that. Question is 2 and 5. If we look at 2 and 5, then obviously the 2, okay? Why? It is also up in the class and it is also higher in the relative weight, okay? So that's where the 2 comes in. I think it is 2-9. I mean, that's how it should play. 2-9. Now 5 is a 53, 2-step up. That's where the 8 comes in, which is obviously a 7-year-old gelding. I don't know how that will work, but ideally it should be on 56.5 on the third line and 7 on the fourth line. 5 should not be winning. But now the practicality of the situation is that 8 is a 7-year-old gelding. It is high, all that is good. But now the problem is this thing has been put in competition with the 9, which is on the first category. So that is not a great idea. It's a 7-year-old gelding, but we will see that is the highest drop, okay? So I think it is 2-9. If the 8 gets in, then 8 and 7. 5 is a little difficult proposition. Two, 9, 7. Nine, 8, 7, 2, 5 is here. Let's see how that works, okay? Should have went with J Mag, yeah. The favorites are coming home. Now we check the positions. Five came in fifth last time, okay? Five came in fifth. Two came in first. Eight came in eighth. That's that. And we'll check the there's no claim. What are the good things and bad things? So what about the tendency? The tendency is highest on 5. That is true. Okay, those are the things which are true. Here, that was the highest. Okay, on the tendency. So those are the things which are true. Those are the things which are true. Here on the tendency, the 6 was the highest. Okay. That was the true fact. Here, that was the highest. That is the true fact. Here it went upside down and the 1 actually went through. This is on the opposite tendency. This was a little because they were down, so that happened. So that is the highest. So it has reasons to win and it has reasons not to win. So far, everything with, I mean, whatever on the tendency side, whatever will be the highest, that will probably has every reason to win. Okay, that is the reason of the column, which is the tendency, where we can see which side it is going to run. Which side it is going to run. Is it going to run slow? Is it going to run fast? And then the rest is on the category and the jock. So he did the right thing. He did not pace it, wherein the rest of the 9 was getting paced out. It was on. It was trying to win, but that generally doesn't work. Here, the 5 is also the highest on the tendency side. Okay. So why do we do this even we have certain understanding of the data? Is because we constantly challenge the data itself. You see, what we're doing is we're building this in public. I hope one day I'll be able to provide this as a software where you can, all that you need to do is put in a few numbers and you will get the exact probabilities of what might happen. So when when we are building this in public, we have a lot of numbers, and the numbers are there for a reason. What we are doing in each and every case is something that we have explained many times. But why we keep challenging the same? Why this should be the why I'm saying that the 5 is not going to win, right? Even if it is favorite, the tendency is the highest. All that is correct. So why I'm saying that? It is because the fact is this, that that this sheet has more than 1500 data points, and we are accumulating everything in 50 odd 50 odd columns that you can see. Now what happens basically is there is a midweek race, there is a weekend race, and there are Monday races, Tuesday races. So there are tier 1 tracks, like Randwick is a tier 1 track, Randwick, Flemington, these are tier 1 track. This is where the results we validate. All right, when we are Randwick, what we do is we primarily collect the data. If the data shows that every time when we are at Randwick, we've been winning, and we've been winning with what? What are the reasons the data won? Then we compile that and we test it again on a tier 1 or a tier 2 track. But here is the thing. So when we are challenging, what exactly are we trying to achieve? So when this says it is the favorite and it is the top tendency that it will run, so it should win, okay? But if we are contradicting that, it is for the sake that, is it possible? Is it possible to beat this data which is showing that the 5 is going to win? There are reasons for 5 to be favorite, and we know what the reasons are. That is on the tendency side, that is the highest. But is it possible to beat that? And if it is going to get beaten, it is going to be beaten by who and why? Now, if we get through that, that is our next step. All right. If we get through that, if the 9 wins here, let's say, which ideally the 2 should win. All right. If the 2 should, I am thinking that the 2 should win. All right. Though the 5 is higher on the tendency side, this is not. But why do I think that the 2 should win? The fact is 2 is a way more winning horse. All right. If you look at the race net, and if you look at the race card, you will see 2 has been winning. Okay. So now if we put this data into Flemington and we have the similar numbers that we are getting here, can we confidently say that a winning horse is not going to win and the data is going to win? Can we confidently say that? That's exactly is the process that I follow. Okay, so my picks are going to be different. My picks, my version of saying when I say why 2 should win is because of that. But why 5 should win is because of why 1 won, why 6 won, why 5 won. All that is because of that. Okay, so if that's that, we will see how things work. Okay, and the effort is all to build this thing up. I need a little help to build this thing up. I'm a solo founder. I'm trying to do this, and I'm doing this all in public so that you can see what we are doing, how we are doing, what are we measuring, how we are measuring. So when you actually get to use this, you have the same confidence as I do on the data. Naveen, welcome back. No, I'm not missing 7. The 7 is there. The 7 is on the 4th line, bro. The 7 is on the 4th line. I think that that's a 7-year-old gilding, okay? So you have to keep that in your mind. That's the 7-year-old gilding. But I think we'll see if that works, because this is a higher relative weight and that is a lower one. This is a drop, and if it works, this is lower. So I'm not missing 7. I'm just contradicting 7 with 8. Okay, and I'm contradicting 5 with 2. Then 10 will get in today. That is an EW. Bad idea to be on an EW, but we'll see how that works.
Touch on that shortly, but I do think he's the horse to beat. He's been bumping into Zima, and last time out, no luck. And I think just that extra trip is ideal for him as well on a soft track. 7 Methuselah going really well. 3rd run back looks ready to peak now. Both his runs back have been great. The only concern I've got with him, he seems to race best fresh, and he was a month between runs last time. Now a 14-day turnaround. That's the little concern. 9, So You Are, and 2, the Budgie Smuggler. Well, they've been racing each other up there in Queensland. Both racing very well. I just wonder whether it's the running between for them. Back to 2,000 metres. I think off a Queensland prep, they might be looking for that 2,400. So that was my concern with both of those.
Okay, before opening the tab app, open your camera and scan that QR code on screen. Davo, as you referenced, you're getting a much better price. $3.20 you can take for Boniface. Max bet at $50 with the QR code on screen. It is the tab lay of the day. If you told me after its last start when they crossed the line you could have gotten $3.20 about it next time out, I would have snapped that up pretty quick.
Yeah, I think it's a more than fair price there, Lewis. The tab lay of the day had a bit of luck last week for the traders, but I remember the first couple, they never ever looked like losing. So I'm happy to take them on most of the time. I'm happy to take them on again here. $3.20 seems fair enough, even with this bit of a late drift. I think it got a little bit too short in a race where you can look a few different ways, but I think the horse is going really well and gets an opportunity today to put a well overdue and deserved win on the board.
Okay, touching on a couple of others. So You Are, first up for the Bjorn Baker team, combining with Rachel King and the Budgie Smuggler. They've both got form alongside each other through a Winter Cup and a Caloundra Cup. The Budgie Smuggler won both of those, but So You Are is the better backed of them today.
Yeah, well, So You Are now arrives with the Bjorn Baker yard, obviously formerly with Sterling Osland. So we'll see if that change in stables can produce improved performances. Sterling did a great job with the horse, so the 4th in a Grafton Cup, 2nd in a Caloundra Cup, and didn't have a lot of luck there in the Grafton Cup last time out. Probably should have gone close to winning. Probably wasn't the best ride. So a horse that's been super consistent, good stayer that's getting better season after season, and market tipping him to go to a new level under the City stable.
So Bjorn and Rachel have won 2 of the last 5 editions of this race. Arapaho and Harpo Marks were their victories. And in terms of what's coming up for the Budgie Smuggler, currently an $11 chance in a Group 1 Metropolitan, $18
Big win EW on
Melbourne
7.
Cup later on. Davo, quickly elliptical. They've backed this each way. $16 into $11.
Yeah, 7 needs to beat
there in
8.
the prelude behind Elias.
Which is very easy.
Yeah, he was, and he's a horse that
7 needs to beat
everything to go
8,
right,
which
but
is very
he's got a good
easy.
turn of foot on his day, and I think this type of track today down the middle is going to help him. He'll be strong late, but he'll have to get out there from barrier 1.
Okay, loading nicely for this, the fifth. The first of the big features on Winx Stakes Day is the Group 3 Premier's Cup. Here's Darren.
So you are goes forward, and there's 2 out now. Changing of the guard moves in. Sydney Cup winner, changing of the guard goes forward, and Belvedere Boys at odds is placed in now by Kira McAvoy. So the 8 of them are ready. Boniface, the $2.50 favourite. There's the light. Gates are back now, racing. So you are and Elliptical have handled the start well, together with Boniface being sent forward and the Budgie Smuggler the outside. Then changing at the guard from Skylab, Methuselah and Belvedere Boys as last. So you are has been well back, first run for the Baker Yard. Went straight down to the rails and led, and the favourite Boniface parks up on the outside. So he's got clear running today, Boniface. The Budgie Smuggler is 2 lengths away, third on the outside of Elliptical. A length and a half to the Sydney Cup winner, changing of the guard. Then came Skylab down on the rails, Belvedere Boys, and Methuselah ridden stone cold at the rear of the field, at about 8 lengths off the lead. So the light-weighted So You Are leads in the hands of Rachel King, loafing along by a length on Boniface. Then came the Budgie Smuggler on the outside of Elliptical. Further back, changing of the guard, and the outside is Skylab. 2.5 to Belvedere Boys. And Methuselah's last of all. There's no change to the order in the Premier's Cup as they lead the back now and start the run inside the 1,000 metres. And So You Are leads by a neat length on Boniface. 2 lengths to Elliptical on the inside of the Budgie Smuggler. They're shooting for 3 in a row today. He has had a bit of a freshen up. Further back to changing of the guard, who's right on his coattails. Skylab down on the fence. Belvedere Boys travelling strongly, and Methuselah is still the last one. So You Are at the 600. Continues to roll in the lead by a length on Boniface, being quietly ridden at the moment. Same for the Budgie Smuggler. The Elliptical is being pushed along on the inside as they come around the turn. So You Are spins in front by 2 on Boniface. Elliptical getting a bit closer. Now the Budgie Smuggler popped the question. So You Are just in front. Boniface is set outside him from the start. Very set go, and Boniface puts the head in front. Beat off So You Are. The Budgie Smuggler's grinding away, but Boniface has drawn a length in front of So You Are inside the 50. And he's going to crack it for his first win in Australian style.
5-7-9.
Narrowly at the end from So You Are. Methuselah flashing home. The Budgie Smuggler
5-7-9.
needed the hit out today. Then Elliptical from Skylab, Belvedere Boys, and changing of the guard. Well, he's broke.
There, Boniface, 235 across the totes. Favourite wins. Second and third is close. 9 the inside, 7 the outside. I fancy it may go in that order, but luck out of the equation today, Davo.
Yeah, exactly right. Set outside the lead, put him on speed, and he just out-toughed him, didn't he? And he's got that little bit of sprint in his legs where maybe So You Are and a few others just looking for that little bit further. Methuselah was good again. Down the outside late, but he deserved that, Boniface, and Tab Punter's happy there, getting the $3.20 late. The Tab Trader's getting that one wrong.
Yeah, the tab away of the day salutes, and Boniface wins the Group 3 Premier's Cup for 2026.
So 5-9. 7 and 2. We'll go to the next. Three and 4 has been scratched. 2169. So it's a 1100 meter. What do we know about an 1100 meter? That this load doesn't work on 1100 meter. Plus it is also not doing well. And that is the linear. And it is on the first category. But that load doesn't work. That is something that we know. And that is the highest on the pace. Okay. 6. But it is a 6-year-old mare. So it is a group 3 again. So group 3, like this one, okay, it is about these orange horses. They are the purpose of the race. So what are they doing is they're challenging the class horses. That's where the thing is. But that's That's more or less the thing. Okay. Now, in the class, 1 is the top, 2 is the favorite, which is the second because of the category. Then 5 is the third. Okay. Those are the right order. Now, that's the first one. Okay. Now, 1100-meter, that load is a little too much that we have identified. Okay. That is that part of the story. So, that's where the 2 is risky. The 6 is good because that is the highest, which is good. There is no problem with that, but it is a 6-year-old mare which is in a challenging position. Which is right. And the this one is a 4-year-old mare. So can the 6-year-old mare, 4-year-old mare not doing well, 2.5. That generally doesn't work. Where will it fall? If we look at that, here how it played 5, 9, 7, and 2. Okay, it played high pressure, low pressure, low pressure, high pressure. So 6 is a high pressure. That is in fact the highest, one of the highest. The 2 is the highest actually, which is the linear. Then it is here. So it cannot be, the 2 is an issue. So cannot win. We will take that high pressure. And now it will drop. Drop. That is the low, highest low. What lowest drop? 64. So what are the things that we know? Okay, things that we know is 1100 meter, that load is a little too much, it doesn't win generally. Okay, but that is the linear, that is a class. The 6 is something that we have, which is the highest tendency. So far, everything on Randwick, we've been getting that. Okay, that has been happening. We can't contradict that. So that's the thing. 1100 meter, it is going to be run all pace. This 7 is in between somewhere. I don't know how that will work. But that is the EW which we have. And the 8 is the low friends. Is this that this is in the second category? Okay. Now, what are the real problems? Now, what are the real problems in this thing? The real problem is definitely that, you know, the 6 is a 6-year-old mare. That's a real problem. So we'll see how that works, but that 8 probably is there, either the 8 or the 7. I think it is the 8 which is there, probably the 8 is... Because it'll play a high pressure, low pressure kind of a thing, it'll play. So if that plays high and low, well, this is going to be there. This is a little far-fetched, I think, so that is also correct. Okay. 9. Six, 8, 9. Then the category will definitely talk, but in which position will it talk? It probably cannot win, but we will see where it talks. That was... It got through, bro. It got through. The 7 got there. Thought on 6. Naveen is asking, guys, your thoughts on 6. The 6 has reasons to win. 6 can disappoint very badly because it is a 6-year-old mare. On a 1100 meter, a 6-year-old mare is... But it is like it has been racing 1000 meters, 1100 meters. On those lines, it was racing. So this is where we are expecting the category to go wrong. Why? Because it is an 1100 meter. So we'll see if that happens and if that sticks. Sandown is a different ball game, bro. Sandown is a different ball game. And now we have 11 minutes. We'll pull up the last year Winx Stakes, okay? We'll pull up the last year Winx Stakes and we'll take a look at that. Okay. This is the Winx last year. Okay. We did not have a lot of stuff that we have right now. So that 9 won actually. Then came the 12. 9 and 12. Now, what can we compare and what we cannot compare? So we've moved on a lot from this, and so the 9 and the 12, they came in one after another. Okay. 9 was the favorite that happened, and the 12 came in after that. So now if you look at the DICR, okay, this is a weight for age. Now if you look at the DICR, that is negative 1.0, this is negative 1.5. Okay, hold that thought. Negative 1, negative 1.5. Okay, let me open this side also. So negative 1, negative 1 and 1.5. In the 1.5, it was 2 steps up. Okay, it was 2 steps up in the 1.5. According to that fact, since it is this thing, weight for age, so 8 is in that bracket, 1.5. Okay, now we look at the load value of the jock. $2.5, that was last year. Okay, 2.5. So this is the category, and this is the category 2.5. Okay, so 8 matches. Now let's talk about the second favorite. So the second one that came into picture was the 12, which was 2 steps up. Okay, on the negative 1.5. Here there is only one negative 1.5, which is this one. But in this case, it is 7.5 steps up. 7.5. Okay. So the difference is huge between what was Elena and what is this horse, the number 14. The difference is huge. That is 2 steps, and this is 7.5. plus in that race, in this one, okay, last year, there were only 2 horses in -1. One was 9, which was a 7-year-old mare, which won, and the other one, which was a 6-year-old mare from gate number 11, obviously had difficulties. Okay. So that was the structure. Here, the structure is not the same. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 horses. So what we are expecting is, if the odds go right, then according to the category and the last year's playbook, 8 should win. But this time, 14 is not only competing with 8, it is also competing with 8, 12, 9. Let's say 9 is a little wide. 11. I'm leaving the 8-year-old mare out. Okay. But it is at least competing with these 4 horses or these 3 horses. If the 9 is from gate number 11, let's say that's that. But this time, the right construction could be 9. Because it is the same value as the previous one, okay? The 12. So the 12 jumped 2 steps to be in the category of 1.5, okay? In the DICR, it jumped 2 steps to be in the category of 1.5. 14 is jumping 7.5 steps to be in the -1.5, where the 9 is jumping 2 steps for -1. So definitely the 9 is going to talk to 14. It is also a higher category. It is also going to talk to 12, Lady Shenandoah. If this is 2 step up, it is in the same category, no step up. Why things are not going to work with the Lady Shenandoah is also one of the things that needs to be considered. So this year it is like that. So 14 is the second favorite, which is very heavily favorite, but the construction is not the same. Race 6, you like 2 or 3? Race 6, we are talking 2 or 3. 2 or 1 or 2. See, 1100 meter, one will have the advantage of the top weight, which is there. 2 is definitely dicey because we know that 2 doesn't work. I mean, that load value doesn't work on 1100 meters. We know that. We have seen that repeatedly failing at Flemington. We have seen that repeatedly failing at Randwick. We have seen that. Now, on what circumstances it can win? Let's say if we have to assume that the 2 is going to win, the situations are very different for 2. Difficult. I mean, it is firstly, it is not doing well. Out of all these horses, that is the dark one, so that is not doing well. The form line is on the declining order. It is a linear, it'll get there in some way or the other, but winning is difficult. Now you're talking about 1. I think I said 6, 8, 9. So 1 is on a climbing 61, which is good if they are in the same, but that is 4 step up. This is 2 step down on 55. So we'll see. So between if we look at the category, if they are in the same category, then 1 definitely is the 1. Okay. If they are in the same category, 1, 2, 3. If they are in the same category, then 1 definitely is the 1. But the problem is definitely that it is 4 step up. Tendency wise doesn't match. But we'll see how that works. How did 2 win? It didn't even start. It will start now.
Bear, where do you think it'll sit?
It'll probably just park behind Lewis. I expect Gatwick to lead and probably Savvy Halley outside. I think it's the one sort of third, smoking the pipe and getting the first crack at him. I think she'll look the winner at some stage. It's just whether she can hold on at 1100 metres. But good time to have a crack. She's never been in better form and does have good Randwick form as well.
Okay, Savvy Halley, you can get $26 in the Golden Eagle for, and as we referenced, does have the form over Apocalyptic. Are you surprised that there's so much splitting those two?
Well, a little bit, yeah, because, as you said, she's got that win over her. She did pinch it that day, though, when she was able to lead, and I'm not convinced she'll get the front here today. So I think her race all depends on the first couple of 100 metres. If she finds the front, she'll be harder to run down, but just to sit outside the lead, it's going to be a little bit tricky for her.
Okay, good race. Autumn Glow won this last year for a 5th career victory. Komochi the year before. Others, Sweet Deal, Mizzy, an Egyptian symbol for the toy show quality. Here's Darren.
One previous time, the runner-up to Savvy Halley. So 1 out now. Catch the Glory moves up. Catch the Glory goes into the starting gates and we're ready to run. The Group 3 over 1200, stand by. Ready? 1100 metres, I should say. Red light blinking, gates are back now, they're off and there's a great line out. Stardom first into stride from Prima Bella and Gatwick is pushing through on the inside. Savvy Halley will have to settle in 4th position, followed by Catch the Glory, Apocalyptic taken back and Karinska settles at the rear. Gatwick made good at barrier 1, held out Prima Bella for the lead. Stardom taken hold of in 3rd, Savvy Halley up to 4th. A length further back to Catch the Glory. Now 2.5 further back to Apocalyptic, and Karinska gives away a big start. Inside the 550, Gatwick leads from Prima Bella. Then Savvy Halley poking through on the inside of Stardom. Catch the Glory and Apocalyptic with clear running. Into the straight now, Gatwick swings in front. Savvy Halley's eyeing off an inside run as Prima Bella and Stardom move up to claim the leader. Prima Bella moved up together with Stardom the outside. 3 lengths away to Apocalyptic. Savvy Halley can't go on. It's Stardom trying to beat off Prima Bella. A length further back to Apocalyptic. She's running out of time. It's Stardom and Prima Bella.
6,
Prima
8,
Bella rock hard fit. Came back to win it.
5,
Prima
6,
Bella
8, 2,
by head on
5.
the line to Stardom.
6, 8.
Apocalyptic couldn't make up the ground in 3rd. Then Catch the Glory from
2,
Karinska.
5.
Savvy Halley put in a
6, 8,
poor
2,
one
5.
today. And
Sorry.
Going Hard, having led there, was weakened to finish back with it.
But the Davo followers rejoice.
6,
Prima
8,
Bella on
2,
top and
5.
wins under Karen McAvoy. $5.05 across all the totes. Stardom at a big price, $3 a place. And Apocalyptic runs third, 682 in the toy show. Davo, plenty to take out of that. Let's
6, 8,
start
2,
with the
5.
winner in Prima Bella.
So what happened? We know that the 2 doesn't work, okay? The 2 doesn't work. That load value is a little too much for 1100 meters. This is a well-tested one. Now, what happened? It played high pressure, low pressure. It played 6, 8, 2 in the category. And then what happened is 5. It dropped here. Okay. The 9 was not in the game. It dropped here on the 5. The 7 was a little too much to expect. But that's how it plays. It'll play high, low, or low, high, something on those lines. But that is something that we need to match here and here. Okay. By the way, the tendency won. I was a little doubtful because that is a 6-year-old mare. We'll go to 7. 9 has been scratched. We scratched 9. 2, 1, 3, 5. So we are at 1200 meter. That load doesn't work. Those things don't work. Okay. Plus it is a group 2. So a group 2 is basically about the class. So it is basically about the class. It is not about the orange guys. It is about the class. So those things don't work. That is the highest relative weight. Everybody is on speed. So what could be the thing? So now let's check these horses. Okay. There's no claim on anyone. So 12. So that category will get in, but probably cannot win. So this particular race is about, the class horses. Group 2 is all about class. Group 3 is about the orange guys. Okay. Group 2 is not the same thing. Group 2 is these are the people. Listed races, group 2s, group 1s, they are these guys. So in this case, it's a 1200 meter. We know those load values do not work. That is the highest class 1. So ideally that, but how does it play? So if the category plays right, okay, if the category plays right, that is the highest, they will not get a chance. Then in the third category we have this. So they are like that. So fourth, these two. These two. Five as a leverage. This is 54, obviously 5. In this one, obviously 5. So if that is the high pressure, that is actually the high pressure, it'll drop on either 5 or 6, where generally it drops. So what do we know about the characters? So this is the largest inner. Okay, there is a possibility that it can drop on 6, or if the 6 gets beaten, why? Because it's a 54, then it drops on 11. I mean 5. Then comes 6, probably. So 1, 5, 6. Then obviously the top category horses will get in. We're just assuming that they cannot win. All right. We have tested this on multiple tracks. We have tested this on multiple tracks that that load value doesn't work on 1100, 1000 meter, 1200. That load value doesn't work. It exactly translates like that. Okay, what happened? Do we have any 1100 meters anymore? This one. Okay, that thing did not win. Oh, that was also from gate number 20. This is a 1200 meter. That category 7 did not win. Okay, so that's the idea. So I think these two are going to get flunked, but they will obviously get through in some way or the other because they are the top categories. I think it is 1, 5, 6, or 1, 5, 2, then 6. but this works generally with 3. Okay, this generally works with 3. So 3 basically is the linear. So the linear doesn't look like it has a lot of advantage. The 3 doesn't look like that it has a lot of advantage, but we'll see how that works. I mean, winning over 1 is difficult for 3. Either it is like that 1, 3, 4, the drops get in with the categories. They get in. But that generally also is not the case, because one category per horse, I mean, one horse per category is more or less the thing. If you look at the results, if you look at how things worked, it is like one horse per category will get there in the top 4. More or less, that is how it plays. We are still to, fine tune all that. I'll be back in a jiffy. Okay, I'm back. No, it doesn't favor to. Ideally, that's what we have seen. Okay, that is what we have seen. That load value doesn't work. 100 meter, 1000 meter, that load value doesn't work. Why it doesn't work is something that I have no clue, but that's just an observation that it doesn't work. Gate, welcome back, Gate. Seven, 8, 10. Which one do I like? Grander. I like that name. 7, 8, 10. 7, 8, and 10. Seven. Seven, for many reasons. Why 7? I also wanted to include that, but I did not because of this. Okay. Why 7? Because firstly, on the category, it is on the third line. Secondly, look at that leverage on that horse is about 103. It is definitely not doing very well, but that is a very, very strong thing which is present. There is no comparison with these two horses. This 7 is a beast, man. That horse is a beast. Eleven is going to sneak into the board. Yeah, 11. Probably, yeah, it is the top category that is there. But how that thing is going to play is something that the 11 is like the highest advantage model on the top category. So can it play? Obviously 11 is there. But also the fact is, this is something that needs to be taken care of. Okay, that 11 is a negative leverage. That 11 is a negative leverage. That thing is, why is it here? I don't know, but must be a reason. Must be a reason why it is there. Who is it working with? 55, 55, 55, 55. So it is working with 10, 8, 5, and himself, herself. So then you have to compare these horses, which are tricky. We'll not do that at this point of time. But that's more or less where it stands. Gate just had dinner. Probably. Gate is all tucked up in his bed, had his dinner, and all ready with Gate's mobile application. There's lost a mom. Very sad to hear that, Gate. Thank you, Gate. This is all about how the world is. We are here today. Tomorrow we never know. I might not be there tomorrow to do this. But that's life. That's how things are. The audience dropped. Probably it dropped. We'll see now. That is the highest on the tendency, which is right. That is the highest on the category, which is right. But what is the problem is that load value on that horse on a 1200 meter. That is what is wrong. Araman is on 3. 3, 3, 3. 3 is the linear. 3 is here to challenge everybody, which is good. What are the upsides on 3? It has the best physics. Okay. It has the best physics.
With that cardiac arrhythmia last start, so they can certainly bounce back off it. That's exactly what Fast Tempo did today. But yeah, really tricky race here for the 3-year-old fillies. I thought it was the most open race of the day. Always tricky this time of the year when they're basically all resuming. And which way to go? Could have gone 5 different ways here. But I've gone with the Cherry Bombshell. Look, at least she's got the win at the track and distance, of course, winning that Percy Sykes. And I think the fact that Ben Thompson comes to Sydney, could have got a full book of rides up there in Queensland, and he's giving a decent book of rides away there. So I think that's telling in itself. So yeah, I'm going to go with Cherry Bombshell, liked her trials, and we'll go with her over another Queenslander in Pembrey, who I thought trialled well at Deegan recently. Tony Golan gave her a good push on radio this week. Would have loved another trial, but she's a winner of a Group 3 Magic Night in Sydney already, and I think it's fair to say her other run in the Sweet Embrace prior to that was just ridden against her way of, which is normally run along in front and catch if you can style. I thought she wasn't ridden to her strength that day. 3 Agrarian Girl, first trial was great. Second trial was okay, nothing to get carried away with, but she made a big impression when winning over 1,000 at Randwick on debut in really fast time, and then was beaten by Cheyenne there in the Riesling. But did start a $2.70 favourite and beat the rest. And trials are mixed, as I said. And I thought if you're looking for one at odds, Christina, like the win at Canterbury 2 back, beat Queen's Gamble, who took the scalp of Satin Serenade the other day, the Boom filly, and then ran well behind Attractiveness at Rose Hill. That form looks decent enough, just different form as well, and up and going at the moment. So on 1, 2, 3, and 6, I thought it was a very challenging race, but happy to go with Cherry Bombshell. But if you're looking for a rougher, you could do worse than have something on Christina here, Lewis.
Okay, Christina's been 19 out of 23, back into $19. Don't forget, this is the first leg of the quaddie. If you scan the QR code on screen, you'll get Davo's quaddie today, and if it wins, a 25% boost in bonus bets for this Winx Stake Day. So the quaddie, 40 seconds or so from getting underway. Tab market here in the Silver Shadow, 480 into 370, the favourite, Cherry Bombshell. Pembrey, $4 and rock solid, has not budged. The one they're backing, not in your numbers, Davo, is Bangkok Hottie, $8 into $5.50. You could have got as much as $11. It had that run first up in the midway. Not a lot of luck there either.
Yeah, she just peaked on the run late as well there, Lewis. So she'll be fitter for that experience. She comes through that kindergarten, which is one of the hottest 2-year-old races going around back in April, and then won a maiden at Warwick Farm and did win here at Randwick at 1,100. So it goes to 1,200 now. I thought that wasn't probably the strongest form race the other day, but we can see if she gets a good run, she should be strong late after knocking up the other day.
Davo's on top of his best, back to favourite, Cherry Bombshell, 480 into 360. This is the kick-off point for the Princess Series, which includes a Group 1 Flight Stakes a little later on in the preparation. Zoo Gotcha won this race and then went on to win the Flight Stakes. Likewise for Speak Fondly and Samantha Miss. You can currently get $15 in a Flight Stakes for Cherry Bombshell, who is going to go off, $3.80 favourite here. Last year's edition won by Savvy Hully. Zugotcha, we mentioned. Autumn Ballet, another winner. Libertini, Fiesta, Ome Sword, Speak Fondly, and Bring Me the Maid, previous winners of the Silver Shadow. With Darren.
2 kilos from top to bottom. So Bangkok Hottie moves up and the light is on. We're ready to run in the Silver Shadow. Racing now. There's a beautiful line out. By Choice Jump well together with Screen Icon pressing on, and Pembrey going forward from the outside draw. And Pembrey taken to a narrow lead there by McDonald, and the outside is Screen Icon and Agrarian Girl. is now starting to muster into third, reaching out there under a screener. Followed by Cherry Bombshell improving. By Choice deeper out. Then came Cocoa Affair. Bangkok Hottie out wide from Christina. And Global Goal is back last of all. Pembray's done some work here. But cleared the entire field to lead at the 600. By 2 lengths on Screen Icon and By Choice whips up on the outside. Cherry Bombshell pushes through on the inside of Agrarian Girl. Christina right behind on the fence from Cocoa Affair, reaching out. Bangkok Hottie and Global Goal. Pembray swings the corner by 2 lengths. Now Cherry Bombshell stoked up giving chase. Further back to Screen Icon. By Choice and Bangkok Hottie down the outside, but Pembray is drawn further in front. Inside the 150, Bangkok Hottie racing to a clear second, but Pembray, oh, what a star performance by her. Pembray eased down.
257.
Oh, that was arrogant. Won it by nearly 3 lengths to Bangkok Hottie. Global Goal savaging the line hard.
257.
Wait till she goes over further. Then Cocoa Affair, By Choice, Christina. Further back, Agrarian Girl, Screen Icon, Cherry Bombshell, bombed out and reaching out.
2, Pembray wins the Silver Shadow in arrogant style. Beats Bangkok Hottie getting home well second, and Global Goal likewise third. $2.30. But Davo, I know we're still early in the day, but that's a genuine consideration for win of the day.
257.
Yeah, you're not wrong. She showed very good promise last preparation. Ran time in Queensland.
So what happened? The 5 actually got there in the second position. The 1 didn't win. 2, 5, 7. 7 was the other one, which was with the highest leverage. So what happened with one? God knows what happened with 1, but it didn't do what it was expected to do. But the tendency won. So where was the problem here in the tendency? Because the tendency was lower. So that job, it did not work on 11, but on 12 it did. And what was the difference from this one and this one is the value of the tendency. Okay, so point to be noted. We will go to race number 8. Six and 10 has been scratched. We don't have 6 and 10. 8, 9, 3, 7. See, 8 is the 8 is the right odd. Okay, 8 is the right odd for quite a few reasons. Why? Because they reduce the load value on this. This was the 1200 meter, and now the load value, the highest load value is 1.5 on this. Okay, so if that is that, this thing is the one which doesn't have a drop or a penalty. That is the fact. Okay, that one is the fact. Now here the tendency is highest on 2. That is the highest tendency on 2. There are 4 horses on speed. There are 3 horses which are going to be running slow. 8 is the right odd. Why? Because that is no gain, no loss. Okay. But the problem is this is not doing well. Okay. This is not doing well. So now let's check forget it. Let's not go anywhere. Let's stick to this. So that is that. Okay. That thing is that that it is not doing well. Now this thing is 6 steps up, though it has the highest tendency. Here the highest tendency was 7.52 was the favorite, load value was more, but it went through because it was the first category horse, and that is how it went through. Okay, the one did not win, and I don't know why it did not win. What went wrong with one is maybe the form line, which is an issue. Could be. We can dig more. $179 on the resistance, so that is very high. This was higher, but it came in. But those are the facts. But that's that part of the story. Now here, if we that is the only one which is negative, but not huge. But the point is this, that this is not doing well. So the odds are right. That is, the rest everybody is climbing. Okay, the rest everybody is either 6 step up, 3 step up, 1 step up, 0.5 step up. All those things are happening. So now it's a 1200 meter. Now So there are two things that are happening. One is I'm getting that 7-year-old mare up on the balance side, and it is also from the physics side, which is midnight in Tokyo. That probably is a place, okay? That probably is a place. How things might work. The 8 is the right odd. I have nothing to tell you why the 8 cannot be winning, but that's the right odd on your face. That's that. The 2 is the highest on the tendency, but it is also highest on the climb, which is like 6 steps up from 52. Okay, it became 58. From 52 it became 58. It was running at 52 the previous one, and in the previous one it came in 13. Okay, it was in the 13th position. Last position was 13. So that is a very dicey proposition, and that is the penalty it is accumulating. Okay, that is the penalty it is accumulating because it is racing and cannot win, so that is a penalty. Now there is no claim to bring it down, so that 8 is the right odd, but it is not doing well. So now what might happen? So let's say it plays high pressure, low pressure, which it will eventually. So where are the highs? The highs are these. Okay, 8 and 9. These are high. 9 came in first, previous race. And 8 is not doing well. 9 is doing fantastic. And 9 probably will be there in a form. So if 2 cannot win, because that is a penalty, then this, okay, if we look on the lower end, which is this, 2, obviously in that case this becomes a 7-year-old gelding versus a 5-year-old horse. Now that 5-year-old horse is an animal which is on the lowest category, and the jockey has never ridden the horse. So whether that horse will listen to the jock and will run, that is $1 million question. We never know whether the horse is going to actually listen to the jock and will run. That is $1 million question. So we are left with this one, which is a 7-year-old gelding, also on the lowest. So we skip that. Don't want to go with the 7-year-old gelding versus a 7-year-old gelding up here on a 3 and 1. So in that case, the 8 is definitely the favorite. But if we look into the category, that is the highest revised weight. It came in 12th last race. And this is on a tendency which is not on the speed, not on the thing. So what will happen? 6. Linear. Okay. That is the linear. So 6, if we take that as the low, then it will go high. But high where? On the 1, on the 9, or 8. Because this is low. All of them are low. So if that's a low, then it will go high. So 9, let's say 9. On 3, because it came in first the other race. Okay. 6, 9. I mean 1, 9. Let's say it climbs here, then it will drop. Then it will drop, and the best drop is probably the linear, which is the 7. One, 9, because that is the highest here. Okay. The highest on the lower side, on the other side, if they at all get in, is this one, which is definitely lower than this. But that is a horse. Will that horse do anything that the jockey says is $1 million question. We don't know. Okay. We don't know that. Or if that is a 59 lower, that genius is there as a low pressure, which is very haunting. 6, 3. 73.5 actually that is a better construction, because that is 0.5. This is on a 59.5 on a 58.1, so that probably is a bad idea anyway. So then that becomes high, this becomes low. And then it goes high, so then it goes back to 9. On a 3, on a 58, 54. So let me rework. 1, 5, 9, 1, 5, 9. If we are taking it for a low pressure, then if they have the same tendency, then this is lower, this is high. So this is this. 159 climbs, then drops. One, 5, 9. Then the favorite is there to talk. It is not going to go absolutely. I mean, we are thinking that it will not win because it is not doing well, but it has the right construction. Why will it not get there? Okay. So the tendency is highest on 2, but it is 6 steps up. Came in 13th last time, so that probably is the contradiction. Okay. Dow's 8 or 1. See, Dow's, the 8 is a colt, okay? That colt is a very good colt. It is not something that can be ignored, okay? That is the youngest colt. That is a 3-year-old, okay? That thing is a 3-year-old, and it is a good one. Problem is where? The problem is that it is not doing well. If you look at the form line, that thing is the lowest, okay? Of everybody, that is the lowest on the form line. So that probably is a bad idea. 2 has the highest tendency, but it also is the highest penalty. So probably there is something wrong going on with that horse. That's why it is getting into that kind of a situation. 9 has a body weight. Now, but if you look at that entire category, okay, which one stands out? One. That is the highest relative weight. But it is a 7-year-old mare against a 3-year-old colt. I can understand it is not doing well, but it is 4 years younger than this 7-year-old mare. So we'll see. I mean, my assumption is that this is not doing well. That's just one side of the story. The other side of the story is that this is running on 0. Okay. This is 6 steps up. This is 3 steps up, but it came in first in the previous one. The one, that 7-year-old mare, came in 12th in the last race. And I'm hoping that it'll win this one, which is a wild goose chase. So things can go wrong, but I think the safest each way is 9. That 9 will probably get there. That 9 will probably get there, whether 8 wins or not, or 8 loses or not. That 7-year-old mare is there's a lot of issues. First, it doesn't have a tendency. So that is a confused animal. It doesn't know which way to go. It'll go this way with the orange ones, or it'll go with the green ones. That is an issue. It's a confused creature. So ideally, if you want to stay safe, 9 is the one as an EW. Three, only God knows what will happen with that horse. It is very high, same as this one, but it is on the lower category. And that jock, that genius, has never ridden that horse. So that becomes an issue. So if the 3 will listen to him, is a $1 million question. We are expecting a 7-year-old mare to come from 12th was actually where it got that thing, but it actually was within 1-3. Once it came 6th. It's not a bad horse actually. For some reason, last race it came in 12th. Okay. It's not a bad horse, otherwise it will not show like this. It's not a bad horse. It came in 12th last time, which is a fact.
Highliner there in Queensland.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, Campione d'Italia? I know you're one that you don't mind him here today, Lewis, but I just thought weight-wise, I thought he was weighted right up to his best. And I've just got a little query on those 2-year-old form lines going back last season. I'm not sure they're as strong as is what the market's sort of suggesting. I see he's on the drift here late. That's not a surprise for me. I think he maps to get back first up. And even though the stable seemed confident, happy enough to take him on. I thought Soothsayer was the horse to beat. He did such a good job last prep. First up off about 140 odd weeks or something, and he ran super in Queensland, and then he went on and won 2 races that prep, including the eyeliner. Now he comes off a short break, 9 weeks. I think that's the big key. Long break and then a short break. I think he can improve again this preparation. He maps to get a good run, and I expect him to go close off a really nice trial. I thought Matcha Latte sort of makes his own luck up on speed. He'll give a kick. He's not really a 1,200 metre horse all the same. Midnight in Tokyo. Probably
I think that is why it is showing like that.
Revved up with this with a good,
That it is a confused animal.
win recently. And 2 Disneck, I think.
It is not a 1,200 metre horse.
Double figures chance. Loves Randwick. Drying track's ideal. Just needs them to go along fast enough.
It's a very confused animal.
And I expect him to be finishing very, very strongly here. I think he'll finish stronger.
That's why it is
than
not
his
getting a
favourite
tendency.
Campione d'Italia. So 9, 7, 1 and 2. Soothsayer for me, but number 2 the best at double figures, I guess you'd say, in the run.
Well, that's
Number
Disneck.
2.
$12 chance out from 8.50 this morning. You've got the market spot on, though, regarding the top couple. Soothsayer is now your favourite, $3.70. So it was $4 for a lot of the morning, then into $3.90. Since then, $80, then $70. So nicely back. Campione d'Italia, $3.20 out to $4.20. Enriched is $7 into $4.80. Davo, there's money for it. It's a late entry. It's first up off 15 weeks. It's got some mixed form, but if you go back to April of 2025, it was very impressive in a Group 2 Arrowfield.
Yeah, that happens. You see,
Well, yeah, he's been a funny horse.
you and I are
Best
not
is
the
really
only
good.
ones
Saw
who
that
are
again
watching
in the,
this.
Liverpool, running second to King of Rousseau back in
You and
February,
I are
but
not
then he
the
can put
only
in some
ones
average runs
who
as
are
well. He's only
watching
beaten
this.
2 lengths in the Galaxy, and he's prepped up nicely with a good trial here at Randwick recently. He might be a leader in the race here as well. I expect him to be stamped urgent from that low draw. He's got a good record at Randwick, and not surprised to see some support for him. I think he's going to run very well here, for a horse that can be a bit hit and miss, though.
Also money for Midnight in Tokyo, $7.50 into $5.50, unseen since being only beaten around 4.5 in a Group 1 Tats Tiara. Davo, we're playing a trifecta here. You've left Campione d'Italia out. What are your numbers for this? It is a QR code on screen if you want to scan it. If it wins, it's a 25% boost in bonus bets.
Yeah, we've got a little box trifecta, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 and 9. So that's the way we've gone. So obviously we need the favourite to miss a place, but he's able to do that, add a bit of value to it. So yeah, I just thought he was a risk of the day here. No surprise.
Yeah, so they wait for the last, analysis. What this guy is saying,
Runners in Le Romain and Jolie Star and Epsom
what
winners
this gentleman
in
is
Private
saying, they all wait
Showtime.
for that analysis to come up, and
Ready
then
to run. And they're off now. Disneck jumped to a rope, but taken back. Midnight in Tokyo and Machelado are the 2 vying for the early lead from Aviatris. Enriched improving. Then came Soothsayer.
Bad idea, it is.
Italia taken back. And
They are
behind it is
raving that
Disneck. So
7-year-old
Midnight in
mare,
Tokyo
it'll
goes
go
on
out
the
of
job
gas.
for Machelado. Aviatris in a 3-wide position going to third. Soothsayer improves on the inside of Enriched. Infancy just behind them. Campione d'Italia starting to tack on a bit now, moving up on the outside of it. And 2.5 off.
It'll go out of gas. It's a 7-year-old mare.
Wants to go a bit quicker here from Machelado.
What does he think? It's a
Aviatris up on
3-year-old?
the outside. Soothsayer is right up on the back of the speed from Enriched. Campione d'Italia, Infancy, and Disneck.
Run, baby!
The 300. A length off.
You are my,
Further back to Enriched.
you are my,
Running on, but
you're
sits
my
on the
jackpot
lead.
today. Come on, run, baby! Don't give up, 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 don't give up.
Queenslanders going to win it by a long to Soothsayer. Really knuckled down. Machelado in infancy flew home at the end. Further back to Enriched. Campione d'Italia, never a factor. They beat 2 home. Disneck and Aviatris.
One.
money for it, and it's turning into a day for the Queenslanders in New South Wales.
Did we get the 5? No, we did not.
You'd fancy that Soothsayer, the inside, will grab second, and Matcha Latte will be third. So it should be 1, 9, 7 and 5. Davo, what did you make of that race? Not a whole lot made ground.
1, 9, 7, and 5.
No, you're right. It's sort of become a bit more on pace here later on in the day, hasn't it? And Midnight in Tokyo been able to get the job done for Ben Thompson, who didn't have any joy with Cherry Bombshell in the last, but gets the cashier. He's been riding really well up there.
So what happened? That one 7-year-old mare actually nailed everybody else. And the 7 got there. Okay. That 7 got there. So what happened is 1, then the lower penalty, 1, 9 on this. 7 and 5 played together, wherein this was a linear. So 1 and 9, how that happened is a low pressure, high pressure. That's where it played. Okay, 8 got knocked out from the entire thing. Here it played high on this, and they were on the same tendency. Okay. So how that worked is basically that happened. That happened. Okay, now we are here for the reason we are here today. Race number 9. Okay. And this is the reason that we are here today. 5, 6, 13 has been scratched. They're not there. I've checked the gate numbers. They are also right. Eight, 14, 9, and 2. So they're all going to be on speed. That's the first thing. So what happened here also is the fact that the 2, which even they were talking, had the highest tendency, did not win. Why? Because the climb was also 6. Okay. So 5 was lower than 6. Here, that is the highest tendency, and it is 7.5. That is the lowest. Okay. Now, if we look at the category, then 14 comes here. Okay. On the 4th category. 5th category. 8 is on top. So I'll pull up that race again so that we all have a. We don't want to lose this. We don't want to lose this. We want to make the right decision. 24. Okay. So this is the 2025 Winx Stakes. Okay. Through the DICR, that 7-year-old mare that won. Okay, this race is about wait for age. Okay, so -1, -1.5, 12 came in second. Okay, high pressure, then a low pressure. Then came the 4, okay, which we spoke of. Then came the 4, and then came 2. What we have now and what we did not have then is definitely how we are calculating the revised weight categories, tendencies. We did not have all those. But what we can check is the fact that 9 was 0 change on the weight. Okay, 9 was 0 change on the weight, 3 was 3.5, 12 was 2.5, 12 was 2, sorry, 2. How it translated is this, that 12, to get into 1.5, it climbed up 2 steps. Okay, to get into that 1.5, it climbed up 2 steps. This was 0. Okay, load value was 2.5, the same as what this 2.5 is showing. This 2.5 is showing. Okay, so that is the same load value what it is showing. Drop was 0. Change, weight change, 0, 0. JMac is writing. That is how it happened. Okay, now let's check whether it was a linear or not. It was a linear, the one that won. Okay, that was the linear. This was the third linear, 12 on a jump of 2. Okay, so now if we look at this, the 8 matches with what happened in the 2025. 8 matches with 2025. That is the highest category, 0, 2.5, linear, everything matches. Problem becomes with 14. Because that's where it is 7.5, wherein this was 2. Now that is 7.5. Okay, to get into 1.5. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 horses in this -1 thing. Okay, so I think 14 is like either it is like going to win and beat everybody else and do whatever it is capable of doing and will do all that. That's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is that there is a competition which has been created for 14, which is with 9. Okay, and 9 is in competition with 12, which is 0. So what is the problem with 12? Let's understand that. So 12, definitely it is going into the third category. This one is in the second category. and this is in the 5th category. So I don't know about how 12 will do. That's one side of the story. That's just one side of the story. And the other side of the story is this, that it looks like that on the resistance side. But I want to believe this, that, you know, this wait for age is a very prestigious thing. All right, it's a very prestigious race. Winx Stake is a very prestigious one. So the reason we have hidden the resistance is because that confuses us, and I want to stay away from that. I check that when I've lost. I check that. That's something that I do, but that's the reason I've hidden that. But they are all negative, and 12 probably is the lowest. I think 14 will is a little over. I mean, it is the same cause as this one. Okay, it did have the tendency highest, but here it was 6. What is the difference? It was 6 and -5, so the tendency was lower than 6. Okay, and here the tendency is higher than the load, so it can go, it'll go some way. But apparently when I'm looking at it, that's what I feel, that the competition is not, this guy, the 14 is not competing with 8. 8 will win. 14 is competing with 9. 14 is competing with 9. And that is the trickiest part. Otherwise, it matches. Okay, that is exactly what happened. -1, -1.5. Ideally, that is the thing. -1, -1.5. That should happen. But in this case, that is 7.5 step up, and we've got 5 horses in -1, wherein we have this. So now the question is, why Lady Shenandoah is not going to do anything nice? That 12, because it is on the 3rd category. Is it? The tendency definitely is on the lower side. Tendency is definitely on the lower side, which is difficult. It is 8. It will drop. Let's say it drops here. This is also ideal. Then it will rise, but rise where? So what are the things we don't have is, in this case, the 8-year-old gilding, which came in third, okay? That was an EW, but I did not trust it. Why? Because that was an 8-year-old gilding, but it got through. We don't have an EW. What we have is the larger outer drift, okay, which is also on the top category, which is also on the top category. We don't have thing like that, but we have this, which is the, I mean, it'll play the same role as this one, I'm hoping. This one is from, so that's more or less the same, okay? So that is a drop. So that came in the third position. The first two were pressure play. The first two were pressure play. The first one linear, second linear. If we look at the pressure line, it dropped on 71, okay? So we don't have a 71, but the nearest we have is probably a 67 or a 68. So it'll drop. So two of the power plays will work, okay? It probably is here. And then it dropped. And then it got into stuff which are other things. So I think that one is going to be talking to 2, 8, 9, 1, 2. Let me know, what do you think? PC, welcome back, PC. 10 wins, and 10 is which one? 10 is that 8-year-old mare, Fangirl. They are all there. They are all there in the same category. They are all there in the same category. What matches is what matches. What doesn't match doesn't match. That's what the thing is. PC is on 8, 10. I want to also pull up the race that Autumn Glow actually lost. Why Autumn Glow lost, okay? The things did not change for Autumn Glow. Things are the same. I mean, if we look at that particular race where Can't find that, but it actually lost with Sir Delicious. It actually lost to Sir Delicious, and things did not change from there. The setup was different. That is true, that the setup was different. Then it was -1, and the rest everybody was on this, and that was not a weight for age, it was a weight for class. So that is where it gave up, and it just did not work. But in this one, I don't know. That is a 8-year-old mare, but it is a fantastic horse. We all know what Fangirl is. That's the point. The point is this, that 14 is going to be talking to a lot of people. 14 is going to be talking to a lot of people. And if the 14 wins, how will the 14 win? There is only one possibility, that the 14 nails everybody else, because the tendency is higher than the load value. Here is the opposite. I think we will be able to, have our software ready by the end of next year. We will collect the data of the peak season this year, and by next year we should be able to get it. So that will be like 3 years of data, rigorously testing, finding all the faults. Hope we get it. Do you think 9 gets top 3? I think 9 is in the top 2. That's what I think. Forget top 3. I think 9 is in the top 2. They what they do. So what happens basically, and how this works, what I have, this is all my personal research that I have done. You're free to do your own research and see what happens. So what I have seen is, for each race, the stake races, okay, they will make very slight changes. And what happens is this, that generally there are two ways things work. One is price action. which is, whatever is the last starting price. That is the last starting price. That's one way of looking at it. But that is how internationally things work. They will look at the last price action. And the second thing that people do is they look at the class and the weight. Okay, so those are the two major things which gets traded. I cannot show you the 2024 of the Winx Stake because it is difficult. But we did that race also, and the DICR matches. Okay, the DICR is telling the truth that this is how it works. Where the changes are is here. Where the changes are is here. Okay, so point is this, that the DICR talks right, but that has to be validated with how many steps are they up to get into what. Like for this one, it is 7.5 step to get into 1.5, negative 1.5, and this is a 2-step for 1. And like PC is talking about that 8-year-old mare, which is Fangirl. So ideally, you see, if that's that, then if those two are like that, then that has an advantage. But that fact is also true that it is an 8-year-old mare. How long can it go? So we'll see how things work, and I don't know what the 12 will do. The 12 is also quite capable. Why? Because this is at least struggling too. This is not even struggling. It is there within that particular class. It's very much there. The 11 is very much there in that particular class. But last year she was near last and still came in second. That's how the jockeys like to play. That's how the jockeys like to play, and they try to bring it. But that's at times that is overconfidence. That is overconfidence. The right thing is the right thing. You do the playbook. You do the right justice so that the horse doesn't bleed and also gets placed. So they do all that thing, but this is where it stands at the end of the day.
No Davo just yet. We'll come back to him in 2 seconds as they're on the track and getting behind the barriers here for the Winx Stakes. Let's take a look at this market. Autumn Glow, 165 to 175. She's Alibi, 330 into 310. Aliana's been the one they've backed each way. $21 into $16. And then Lady Shenandoah at $21. Righto, back to you, Davo. This is best bet of the day for you as well in the big one, Autumn Glow.
Yeah, it is, Lewis, and what a clash it is going to be. You talked about it, and we didn't expect it this early. I mean, we're still in winter, and here we are with this Group 1 and potentially the race of the spring. I can't wait for it. I'm super excited. I've got to go with her, though, Autumn Glow. I just think we know what we're going to get with her. She's so consistent. Her first up win last preparation was breathtaking. She's got a great fresh record, unbeaten fresh. She's only lost the one race, of course, when she was beaten in the Queen Elizabeth, but she didn't run out the 2,000 metres that day. 1,400, ideal draw. She's going to just stalk the speed, and from there, I think the Golden Girl will show just how good she is here today. She's an Alibi. Of course, looks your danger. Given a good push by Chantel Buckley in the yard, suggests she's come back even stronger. Just barrier 1 might be a little bit tricky for her, but the Doncaster win was simply breathtaking. She did carry 49 that day. Has to prove herself at weight for age here, but She gets her chance, and she was dynamic first up last preparation in Melbourne. 12 Lady Shenandoah, the best of the rest. If you're looking for sort of the place play, she's normally a pretty good fresh horse, and trials have been good. And 2 Gringotts, another one who's been trialling very nicely, can run very well here. But it's all about the champ for me, Autumn Glow. I think she's an out-and-out superstar, and I think she's going to be awfully hard to beat here, Lewis.
Okay, Autumn Glow barrier 3, she's an Alibi barrier 1. Given what we've seen throughout the course of the afternoon, how do those 2 draws look for our top 2 chances?
Well, if you ask me after about race 4, I'd say absolutely horrific for She's an Alibi. But the track's balanced out a bit. We've seen them stay a bit closer in and be a bit more up on speed the last few races. So it probably helps her a bit, but it's still a massive advantage for me on Autumn Glow. And I know she's only drawn 2 outside She's an Alibi, but J-Mac, he owns the 1-1. He's going to get there, peel out, and get to the right part where She's an Alibi is probably going to have to come up inside Autumn Glow, and that might make it a little bit tricky.
Okay, with the markets, 165 to 180, back to 175 now, Autumn Glow. She's an Alibi was 330 into 310, but now is at 340. Touching on some other chances, Davo, because this is a ripper race with multiple Group 1 winners throughout the field outside of these top 2. Aliana's probably best backed each way, 21 into 15, ran second in this race last year and also was second in the Apollo first up last preparation behind Autumn Glow.
Yeah, she's a really good fresh horse, isn't she? And we didn't expect her to be here. The news during the week was that she was going to wait for a Memsey next week, but here she is. They've decided to run, and she's got that great fresh record. She'll be flashing home at the business end here. It's just where she gets to from that barrier, giving the likes of Autumn Glow a decent start. That would be my concern.
Okay, so a $4.50 chance in the Group 1 Underwood at this stage is Aliana as they begin to load. Lady Shenandoah, $19, and Gringotts is a $23 chance. You're thinking that Autumn Glow, just first up here, might have a bit more tactical versatility than She's an Alibi.
I think so. Look, She's an Alibi shouldn't be too far away, but I think Autumn Glow will settle a length or 2 in front of her here and just get to the right part as well. So she won't want to get held up, She's an Alibi. I hope she doesn't for the clash, because we want to see who is better of these 2.
And this is going to be a ripper race. The Group 1 Winx Stakes. Via Sistine has won the last 2 editions. Fangirl, Animo, Moanga, Very Elegant, and Winx, of course, back when it was the Warwick Stakes, now named after our super mare, and we might be about to see another one here on show today. Here's Darren Flindell for the Winx Stakes.
Now, She's an Alibi at 340, and we wait on the Derby winner, Green Spaces, to move in. It appears as though it's the last to come up. Green Spaces now moves in. We've got 11 runners in this year's edition, and the light is on. 2 superstars and a first-up showdown here at Randwick and the Winx Stakes. Gates are back, they're off. She wasn't great out, She's an Alibi. In fact, she's last out. And Aliana settles towards the rear. Autumn Glow's third early. Now Lindemann jump fast together with Midnight Dynamite, who will assume control. Autumn Glow happy to stay off the fence, giving the inside run to Lady Shenandoah, who advances her position. And right behind now is She's an Alibi, who's getting right up behind. So She's an Alibi only 1 length off Autumn Glow and down on the inside running rail. Gringotts on the outside, further back to Wide or Fly from Chair Wharf. Then Green Spaces, Fangirl. Aliana sits back, last about 14 off the lead. Midnight Dynamite shows the way by 2 lengths on Lindemann, and the paces good up front. 2 off to Lady Shenandoah, a half the outside to Autumn Glow. She's an Alibi, is locked up on the inside by Gringotts as they come around the turn. Bjorn Baker looking to cause another upset here in the Winx Stakes, with Midnight Dynamite swinging by 3. Coming wider on the track from Lindemann. Autumn Glow starting to close in now, and 3 further back to She's an Alibi. Here comes Autumn Glow. She throws down the gauntlet to Midnight Dynamite. 2 further back to She's an Alibi, and Gringotts running on, but Autumn Glow's broken clear here in the Winx Stakes, and she's back in a great way. Autumn Glow
8-14.
by 2. She's an Alibi really cut into the margin. Gringotts a distant third,
8-14.
followed by Lady Shenandoah, Idle Flyer, and then came Chair Wolf. Green Spaces warming up at the end. Midnight Dynamite got very tired from Fangirl Aliana, and Lindemann weakened right out of it.
Then it's a fifth Group 1 Winx Stakes for James McDonald. Autumn Glow, too good. $1.40 the totes. She's the Alibi was second. Gringotts third at $3.20. Dave, it's the clash we wanted, but Autumn Glow, too good on the day.
Yeah, she's a champion. And have a look at J-Mac. Just have a look over the shoulder there at the end, saying, "Where are you? She's Alibi. Keep up." She is an absolute superstar. And take nothing away from the second horse. She's in for a ripping prep.
That happened. The Gringotts 8-14. 8-14, 2 and 12. 8-14, 2. So the 9 had a bad start. It was the last. 2 and 12. So 14 came in. Two hit. Yes, two hit. Two hit. That happened. We'll go to the last one. Ten. 3 and 14 has been scratched. We don't have 3 and 14. 7, 1, 13 and 11. So this one is like there are 4 horses which are going to run on this, okay, on pace, out of which 7 is the lowest on the tendency. The highest one is 8, which is on the first category, but it's a 1200 meter. They probably cannot win. Okay, so we'll check the other 1200 meter here. That 2 won. Why? Because 7.5 and 1.5. Okay, that is 4 and 2.5. Difficult. So this one is a tricky one. Now, how things are and how the odds are working. So 7 is the favorite, which is a low pressure horse on a 1200 meter, 4.5 step up on a 60. The 11 is sitting there to nail it, but that 11 is 2.5 on the load value, probably will not win. That's what I think. But on the other hand, is it possible to win? So if we look at this, so 2 won 7.5, DS was 1.5 here, 2.5 and 0. This is 4.5 and 2. So 8 doesn't have much chances, but 11 definitely has chances. But let's say because of the load value, 11 is not going to win. Let's say. In that case, also, this one is difficult. It is 1, probably. So what is happening is this, that It's very dicey. I don't know if it'll play here. There's no way to. There's no way to. Um, there's no way to identify whether it'll play here. Let's say even if it plays here, then what will happen? 11 will have an upper hand. Okay. Let's say if it plays here also, 11 will have an upper hand because this is 4.5 step up on a 60. 61, 60.5, 61. Okay. And it is on the top tier. Generally, that does not work. Okay. That does not work. So if that does not work, let's say we hope that it'll not work. I'm just hoping. There's a strong chance that the 11 might go through because of what the construction is. So let's say, for argument's sake, that this will not work. In that case, how the 7 will work? That is what my question is, because this is like to the bottom. So if the 7 is on the bottom of the negative on the speed line, then we have a whole bunch of horse on the slow pace. Starting with 1, which is the linear, which is there. The 2 is not doing well, so I kept it out. Okay. This one, the jockey is something that a little dicey. Either they have had a late jockey, or they kind of the jockey has not raced here, something on those lines, because we are missing data on jock. So 6, I don't know whether that is going to be possible from gate number 14. That is that. So in that case, this one is a check. Okay, the 5. How it should play if it is a high pressure, low pressure, which generally it is, then it will play high pressure, low pressure. And in that case, what happens? That is a high pressure. That is the highest pressure line. Okay. There's no doubt that this is the highest pressure line. That is the highest relative weight. If it doesn't go that section, which is difficult to believe that it will go that section, the numbers don't add up apart from 11. So let's say if that happens, that it will not go that side, then what will happen? So that 5 is in the picture. I checked, that 5 is good, very good. Last time it did not get anywhere, but before that it was there. So a high and a low will play. So that, what are the lows? All of them are lows, but we also calculate what and who is where. So we don't know about this one, the 65. And this is the 66, this is 65.5, this is 65.5, which is a 7-year-old gilding. This is a 50, so we'll stay out of that. And that one is a 66. So that's that. This one is not doing well. Okay. Then this one is the 1, the 9, which is the second linear. Okay. Ideally, they are the ones who are racing. It's a benchmark 78. It'll play probably like a weekday track. So that is where they're competing, the first and the second linear. Now that is a high. We'll have to take it as a high. All right. They generally do not come in together. They do at times. They do. So there is no reason not to believe that they cannot come in together. But this one's a drop and is 67 on a 4. Okay, 4.5. And I need a lower pressure than that to be in the between. So that is where the 5 comes in. So a 5, which is a lower pressure than the 9. So if that's that, and the third stop is 9. Then obviously these gentlemen are not going to sit there and lay eggs. They are also going to get in. So I think it is 1. Good thing you did not do. I kind of it was it was, see, it had a bad start. Okay, that thing had a bad start. The 9 had a bad start. The 14 actually did. The 14 had a lot of things to do, but on the contrary, that played. The DICR played. Okay, but now the question is, what do we make of 9? We think that this is an accident that happened, and next year, if something like this happens, then we need to value this over this, or we need to value this and this, because it played exactly the odds of the last race. That's exactly the replica. Difference was here. Why the 9 actually had a bad start, I don't know. What was wrong? This table told the jockey on the 9 to ride it back. Yeah, probably they have the same numbers. Okay, they kind of looking at the same thing. So there's a possibility what they have said is, they cannot be wrong. So what they might have thought of doing is the fact that they are getting some kind of an idea of the tendency as well. It is not that we are only doing this. I think everybody else is doing this. It is just not publicly available. But the point is this: if they have the same tendency numbers, then even I would do that. Think for a moment, what do you think is going to happen? It is this is the highest tendency, and this one has the same tendency line. All right, this is on the first category, so this is favorite anyway. It will do its justice to do whatever it needs to do. But why they might have asked the 9 to be on the other end is because it'll give it the ground, it will not get burnt out. It will not get burnt out. This one, if she starts racing with the rest of the Jing Bang lot, gets burnt out with the same tendency, you come from the back and take it off. So that could have been the strategy. That's just, wild thinking. That's just wild thinking. But what happened is it just did not run. What happened is it just did not run, which is
Lewis? Okay, there's not a lick of money for it, like Call Me Gorgeous. $3.70 was up this morning. $4, 20, 40, 60, now $4.80. Now $5 available for Call Me Gorgeous. It's a big drifter. Columbia Blue is $4.20 out to $4.40 originally. Now into $3.90 in favourite. Erno $6 into $4.60's been backed. And the 11 Hidrix $8.50 into $6.50. Back out to $7.50. This drift on Call Me Gorgeous, Brad, could be due to a map. Where does it get to from barrier 10?
Yeah, potentially. We're likely going to get back in the field. It's not the greatest beginner, so this track's probably turned around the last half of the card and been a little bit closer to the speed, perhaps. But I still think if you're good enough, you're going to be able to run on here. And look, he's a funny horse. He showed really good promise in Australia, and then went overseas to Hong Kong and just never got out of first gear. Just couldn't go at all over there. And ever since he's come back, he's been really good. He won 2 straight, and then ran well here at Randwick. He just got too far back, and that was behind Midnight Dynamite. Pretty good form for a race like this. And yeah, his first up run this prep was great, and I expect him to be very hard to hold out late here.
Okay, money for a couple of odds. Snack Bar, $15 into $13. Bartolf's first up gets Hugh Bowman, 23 into 17, that runner on screen. And Mogo Magic, 26 into $21. Davo, you had hardest to beat as your new favourite in Columbia Blue, flying this prep. A win and 2 minor placings, sticks to 1,200 metres here.
Yeah, it's just a typical Joe Pride horse, lightly raised, getting better with every start, and he was good at Rose Hill 2 back, and then just to forgive last time out, Hibbo got too far back on him. Nash goes back on here, and yeah, they just need a little bit of luck early, but if he can get a spot midfield or a little bit better, he's going to be hard to hold out later. I think he's a horse that's got his best ahead of him, as is typical with this stable.
Okay, still a couple getting to the barriers here for the last. What about Erno? $6 into $4.60. Just back out to $4.80 now. Very well bred. Just in the last 2 starts, it seems like the penny might be starting to drop.
Yeah, she was good behind Gatwick at Rose Hill, albeit on a biased track there on August 1. She definitely found the right part of the track. But she was able to take that and come here to Randwick at this track and distance and win pretty impressively last time. It's solid enough time as well. So she's just in the groove now, turned her form around. And disabled can do that. They can just going through the motions and all of a sudden they get a win and they can really turn the corner. And she might fit that bill here today. She's going to get a good run from that map and should just posse up behind the speed. And if she reproduces what she did last start at the track and distance, she should be right there in the finish.
Loading nicely, very quickly. Best backed at odds is Mogo Magic, $26 into 23, 21, now $18. Looking fourth up here and likely going forward on that speed. Davo, it's been a ripper day out at Randwick. Hopefully we can see it out with Call Me Gorgeous saluting here in the last as a $4.80 equal second favourite as I head trackside and thank Darren Flindell for his great coverage as always. Here's the last.
And Autumn Glow, too good. Boy, she's alibi losing no admirers. She was really eating into the margin over the last 100 metres. Alabama State moving in now. Ethan Brown picked up the ride around 10 o'clock this morning. They're all in and the light is on. Stand by for a start. Off here in the last at Randwick, and there's a good line out. Mogo Magic in the orange is one of the first into stride. Sovereign Hill is showing speed to go underneath it, and Love Shot goes up on the outside to third. Columbia Blue's pretty handy to the pace, followed by Erno is creeping up on the inside of Hendricks. They're followed then by Alabama State drifting back on the outside of Exit Fee. Snack Bar getting close to heels from Chemtrail and his Rose. And Bartoff is last of all, so Mogo Magic got about a length in front. Two Sovereign Hill, Love Shuck without cover. Erno tucked away fourth on the rails. Boy, this is a bunch field. Alabama State's going around them. Columbia Blue underneath. The Grey Hendricks one off the fence. Further back to Exit Fee as they come up to the home turn. Now Call Me Gorgeous is back last in the pink and the whitest. Into the straight, Mogo Magic, Love Shuck. Erno goes up the inside. They're followed by Sovereign Hill. Alabama State, Columbia Blue is poking through the middle. Snack Bar's running right up behind them. Call Me Gorgeous gives away a big start. Love Shuck got to a narrow lead. Here's Sovereign Hill bursting through. Alabama State, Call Me Gorgeous very late. Sovereign Hill's the one. Sovereign Hill boots through the middle and got up to beat Erno. Love Shuck may be third. There's heads everywhere. Snack Bar and his Rose late with Hendricks. Call Me Gorgeous too far back from Alabama State, and Columbia Blue didn't pick up when required. Further back to Exit Fee, Mogo Magic, Bar Toff and Chemtrail was last in.
To Sovereign Hill at a busy finish, taking out the last race out of Randwick, out of Moronimus Sabor at 14.65 at 470. Erno second, and Love Shuck will get third in the middle. I think fourth might be number 6, but that's a photo. 2.13 at 12, and possibly number 6 there. The orange sleeves, white silks to get the fourth placing. Will stand by for all.
So what happened? 2. Sorry. Two. We thought that will not do. Man, this is how they play the trick. 2. 2.13. 2.13. 12. And 6. But the point is this was a bad idea to be here. The 2 was right there on our face. But that was not doing well. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today here at Randwick. That was the last one. but we race every Saturday and Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join us, and we will do racing together, do a little chit chat, and try to solve the puzzles here. And I want to thank everybody who has been watching the stream from anywhere in the world. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing that. And I want to thank Gate. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dowes, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Atoman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Naveen, thank you so much for being there, my friend.